Lu Ming accidentally opened the private package of the beautiful woman next door, leading to a misunderstanding. The next day at work, he discovered that she was actually the newly appointed female CEO of his company. Faced with the female tyrant, he was lucky to have the life winner system. With just a small slip, he made the female CEO fall for him, and from then on, the once domineering CEO transformed into a gentle, affectionate little wife. Chapter 1: The Misdelivered Package of a Beautiful Woman. In a parallel world, in Yangbei City, Huogua, room 301 of Building 5, Yushui Bay. Lu Ming was on the phone with his parents back home. "Mom, I have some good news. My internship is over, and I've been made a full-time employee today." "That's great, son. Your dad will be so happy to hear this good news." "What about Dad?" "He went to the pharmacy. He's been really stressed out lately and his toothache flared up again." "What else got him stressed?" "Isn't it obvious? The landlord of the restaurant is raising the rent again. From $3,000 a month, it jumped to $5,000, and they want us to pay a full year's rent upfront." "Wow, that's a huge increase." "Mom, tell Dad not to worry. I'll get my salary by the end of the month and I'll send some money back to you." Lu Ming had just graduated from college a few months ago and had landed a job as a trader at a private equity firm. He knew that his family didn't have much savings, as most of the money had gone toward his education. "Don't be silly, son. You've just started working, how much can you earn? Besides, Yangbei is a big city, and living costs are high. Keep the money for yourself." "Mom, my salary after becoming a full-time employee is $6,000. "Son, just focus on your work. Your dad and I can handle things here." "All right, it's almost mealtime, I need to get back to work." With that, Lu Ming hung up the phone. His parents ran a small restaurant back home, and they didn't make much money every month. If the rent went up, they would make even less. Thinking about the hardships his parents faced, Lu Ming felt guilty. "Mom and Dad, I won't disappoint you. I'll work hard and make a name for myself." Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" "Delivery." Lu Ming opened the door and saw the delivery driver handing him a package before leaving. "Could it be the speaker I ordered?" He closed the door and started to open the box. "Aha! This isn't a speaker." Inside the package was something completely unexpected, an item for women's use. Damn it, did they send the wrong package? Lu Ming was speechless as he picked up the delivery slip. The address on the slip clearly said room 303 of Yushui Bay. "Oh, I opened the wrong package." Lu Ming broke into a cold sweat. He lived in room 301, and room 303 was his neighbor's. Wasn't that apartment empty? Why was there a package here? Had someone moved in recently? It must be a lonely woman, otherwise, why would she buy this? Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the door was knocked on again. Could it be the delivery guy realizing the mistake and coming back? Instinctively, Lu Ming opened the door and was stunned to see a beautiful woman in sportswear standing there. Wow! She was gorgeous. Elegant, graceful, with a dignified air. That was Lu Ming's first impression. "You are?" "Hello, I'm from room 303. The delivery guy brought me the wrong package, he said he delivered it here by mistake." "Huh?" Lu Ming was stunned and instinctively looked at the open box behind him. "You?" The beautiful woman saw the open package and the exposed item inside. Her face flushed red with embarrassment and anger. "How could you open someone else's package? Do you know you've invaded my privacy? Pervert. Shameless." After angrily yelling at him, she shoved Lu Ming aside and grabbed her package. "Hey, what's your problem, lady? It was the delivery guy's mistake. You didn't even ask, and now you're cursing me." Lu Ming was speechless. What did he do wrong? What's wrong with cursing you? You opened my package, didn't you? Shameless. Pervert. Lu Ming was getting angry. Why wasn't this woman listening to reason? How could I know it was yours when I opened it? What, you're scared of someone seeing it? Are you ashamed of it? Pervert. The beautiful woman's face turned redder, and she glared at him before walking off with her package. "Har, you bought that thing and you're embarrassed now." Lu Ming snorted and slammed the door shut. "You The beautiful woman gritted her teeth in anger and stormed back to room 303. She took out her phone and called her friend. So, did you receive the package I sent you, Xing Xing? You idiot. Why the hell did you send me this? I've never even been in a relationship. Har har, that's exactly why I bought it for you. Don't worry, Xing Xing, this one is for external use. It won't ruin your defense fortress. Do you know what just happened? A guy saw it. You have no idea how he looked at me. It's like he thought I was some kind of loose woman. How am I supposed to face people now? Huh? What happened? Xie Yuxing explained everything that had just occurred. Har har, Xing Xing, what's the big deal? It's a normal human need. Besides, the guy was a stranger. Why should you care what he thinks? Yeah, I guess you're right. By the way, was the guy handsome? Get lost. Meanwhile, Lu Ming was cooking frozen dumplings from the fridge and sitting down to eat. At that moment, he couldn't help but think of the stunning woman from earlier. MMP, that damn woman cursed me, but I'll get her back sooner or later. Lu Ming grinned and muttered under his breath. Ding. MMP, that damn woman cursed me, but I'll get her back sooner or later. Password correct. You have successfully unlocked the Life Winner lottery system. Would you like to bind it now? Huh? Lu Ming's eyes widened. A system. He was an avid reader of online novels and had heard of such systems before. But he never thought a casual comment could unlock one. Would you like to bind the system now? Bind it. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully bound the Life Winner lottery system. Lu Ming immediately started exploring the system. As the name suggested, the Life Winner lottery system allowed you to complete tasks to earn lottery chances, which could reward you with various abilities. Open the system. In the next instant, a virtual screen appeared in front of Lu Ming. The screen showed a colorful spinning wheel with a variety of godly abilities listed on it. Photographic memory. Super driving skills. God tier cooking. X-ray vision. The dazzling array of abilities made Lu Ming's eyes light up. He had essentially unlocked a golden finger store. Congratulations. You've received a newbie gift pack. You get one free lottery draw. Would you like to draw now? Draw. Chapter 2. The new female president is actually her. Soon the pointer slowed down next to the super perspective, and Lu Ming was suddenly a little excited. If this is a perspective ability, it will be so cool. But I didn't expect the pointer to turn over and stop at the next ability. Congratulations to their host, you have obtained the God level stock prediction technique. Lu Ming's eyes lit up immediately. God level stock prediction technique can accurately predict stocks. Lu Ming immediately turned on his laptop and opened the stock trading software Great Wisdom. He is a trader at Juyin Capital, and the company stipulates that he cannot trade stocks privately. But he studies individual stocks every day. Lu Ming opened his own selected stocks and immediately recited in his mind to start stock prediction. Fenghua Pharmaceutical, tomorrow's rise or fall 3%, the trend in the next 5 days 10%, the trend in the next 15 days 8%, the trend in the next 30 days 23%, the trend in the next 90 days 18%. Reason for prediction: Fenghua Pharmaceuticals market sales fell in the first 2 quarters, and the new drug research results failed, so it is bearish in the long term. Lu Ming was shocked when he saw the prediction result. This system is so damn powerful. It can not only predict the future rise and fall trend, but also give reasons for the prediction. Then he predicted each of the selected stocks one by one. As a result, 18 of the 20 stocks will fall in the future. Fuck, am I so unlucky, with such a bad vision and such bad luck? And this, Thunder Technology, stock will hit the limit tomorrow. Thunder Technology, tomorrow's rise or fall 10%, the trend in the next 5 days 35%, the trend in the next 15 days 56%, the trend in the next 30 days 63%, the trend in the next 90 days 75%. Reasons for prediction: Thunder Technologies financial fraud, false RD projects, excessive debt ratio, CEO's mistress scandal, new regulatory policies introduced. Lu Ming was a little embarrassed when he saw this. This Thunder Technology is too miserable. A series of negative events, it seems that it will be ST in 3 months. In contrast, the 2 liquor stocks of Damai Liquor and Daliang Liquor will rise all the way in the next 3 months. I just don't know how accurate the system's prediction is. I will verify it when I go to work tomorrow. Ding, system task released, promotion to fund manager. Complete the task reward, won lottery. Lu Ming's mouth corners raised. With the stock prediction technique in hand, it is not easy to be promoted to fund manager. After this, he can open an investment company by himself. However, in the investment industry, if you want to start a business, you must be famous. In this case, he can use Juyin Capital as a platform for his rise, and wait until he has established prestige and fame in the industry before starting a business. The next day, Monday, Lu Ming, who had a system, was full of energy and arrived at the company before 8 o'clock. Juyin Capital is a well-known private equity institution in China. Hey, Lu Ming, you came so early today, have you eaten? As soon as I entered the office, my colleague Dong Xiaojie was eating a pancake. Old Dong, you are eating in the office again, wait for the scolding of Cheng Yaojin. Lu Ming laughed and teased. He is a trader, Dong Xiaojie is an assistant to the fund manager, and their common boss, the fund manager, is Cheng Yuanming, nicknamed Cheng Yaojin, a veteran of Juyin Capital. Because of this, Cheng Yuanming is arrogant, and except for the team researcher Zhang Xiaoman, he and Dong Xiaojie have been scolded a lot. TSK, go ahead and scold me. You asked me to work overtime until 11 o'clock last night. What's wrong with me eating a pancake? Dong Xiaojie said unhappily. You came to work overtime last night. What happened on the weekend? Let me tell you, the company's new president will take office today. Fund managers have to make investment research reports for the first half of the year, so Cheng Yaojin pulled me over to work overtime. New president? So soon? Well, isn't it because our company's performance was too bad last year? Lu Ming nodded. This is true. Dong Xiaojie continued, hey, let me tell you, do you know the background of the new president? What background? It is said that the company hired her from abroad with a high salary and is known as the goddess of Wall Street. Damn, the new president is a woman. Lu Ming was stunned. The financial industry is mostly male, and there are even fewer women at the president level. Har har, Lu Ming, you are so bold. You haven't even met the beautiful CEO yet, and you're already thinking, fuck. You're really hungry. Dong Xiaojie winked. Lu Ming said speechlessly, get lost, you're so hungry for your sister. Dong Xiaojie said meanly, Ming, you beast, my sister is only in junior high school, you want to be my brother-in-law. Get lost, who wants to be your brother-in-law? Lu Ming rolled his eyes at him. What are you two whispering about? Suddenly, researcher Zhang Xiaoman came over in high heels and a hip skirt. Dong Xiaojie said excitedly, oh, Xiaoman is here, Ming and I are talking about the new CEO, who will come to the company today, and she's a woman. CEO, a woman, is it true? Zhang Xiaoman is like a curious baby, and she likes to gossip the most on weekdays. Of course it's true. It happened so quickly, it's over, you guys are done, it must be a hideous female devil. Zhang Xiaoman began to predict. Lu Ming laughed and said, Xiaoman, Xiaojie just said it was a beauty, the goddess of Wall Street. Wall Street, goddess. What a joke. Zhang Xiaoman didn't believe it at all. Hey, you three, stop chatting, hurry up and follow me downstairs. At this time, fund manager Cheng Yuanming came and threw the briefcase in his hand on the table. Dong Xiaojie asked in surprise, go downstairs. Manager, what for? The new president is here, all employees go downstairs to greet him. Hurry up. Damn. Dong Xiaojie, you are eating in the office again. I will deal with you later. Cheng Yuanming glared at him. Dong Xiaojie quickly finished the last bite of the pancake. Soon, several people followed Cheng Yuanming downstairs. At this moment, the company lobby was full of people, led by the company's vice president Ji Yu Hongfei and investment director Guo Rui. By the way, Mr. Dong, what's the name of the new president you mentioned? Xie Yushin. Lu Ming nodded. Anyone who can become a president must be a female devil. Just then, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan large SUV stopped at the company's door. A woman in a black OL professional suit got out of the car, looking like a queen, followed by a female assistant wearing glasses. Soon they walked into the company lobby. Hello, President Xie, everyone warmly welcomes President Xie. Hello, President Xie, welcome President Xie. Vice President Jiu Hongfei and Investment Director Guo Rui took the initiative to greet them. Wow! Warm applause immediately rang out in the lobby. But Lu Ming was dumbfounded. How could the newly appointed female president be her, the lonely woman who bought jumping balls online and lived on the same floor as him, opposite 303? Chapter 3, Stock Predictions All Come True. Summer Yusheng walked into the lobby, smiling and greeting Vice President Jiu Hongfei and the others. At the same time, Jiu Hongfei introduced the company's other senior executives. Wow, our new CEO is a stunningly beautiful woman. Dong Xiaojie whispered. Wow, how can a woman be this beautiful? Are we women even going to survive now? Zhang Xiaoman sighed. I can't believe it. Lu Ming was completely stunned. How could such a coincidence happen? Just yesterday, he had opened this woman's package by mistake and had been misunderstood by her. But that wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was that he had said some vulgar things to her the previous day. What the hell? Now, this woman has turned into his boss. How is he supposed to live now? Is he going to lose his job immediately? Lu Ming felt like he had the worst luck ever. Dong Xiaojie was shocked when he heard Lu Ming's exclamation. He whispered, Hey, Ming, keep it down. Just think it in your head, don't say it out loud. At that moment, Vice President Jiu Hongfei and Summer Yusheng walked over. Summer, this is one of our senior staff, Cheng Yuanming. Hello, Summer. Cheng Yuanming immediately greeted her. Summer Yusheng smiled and responded, Manager Cheng, I've heard a lot about you. The 3 funds you manage are doing very well. Thank you for the praise, Summer. I'll definitely continue working hard. Cheng Yuanming immediately expressed his gratitude. Summer Yusheng nodded and then scanned the crowd behind her. She suddenly saw Lu Ming standing in the back. Summer Yusheng wondered if she was seeing things, and quickly blinked. Then she realized she wasn't mistaken, it was definitely him. This was the man who had opened her package and then called her names yesterday. How did this annoying man end up here? Could it be that he is an employee of Juyin Capital? Summer Yusheng suddenly thought, if this man had a big mouth and spread the story of her package mix-up, how could she maintain her reputation at the company? She had to act quickly to get this man to keep quiet. Lu Ming wanted to hide behind Dong Xiaojie, but it was too late, he had already been spotted. However, Summer Yusheng didn't show any unusual reaction and soon followed Vice President Jiu upstairs. Because of the new CEO's arrival, all the senior staff immediately went into a meeting room to discuss matters, while the other employees went back to their work. I didn't expect our company to have such a beautiful female CEO. This makes coming to work more motivating. Dong Xiaojie said while making coffee. Zhang Xiaoman scoffed, enough, anyone who can become a CEO must be ruthless, decisive, cold-blooded, and unfeeling. You guys are doomed. No way. Dong Xiaojie didn't quite believe it. Zhang Xiaoman pursed her lips. No way. A woman knows best what another woman is like. Dong Xiaojie turned to Lu Ming and asked, Ming, what do you think? I don't know about others, but I know I'm definitely doomed, Lu Ming said, staring blankly. Har, Ming, you really are doomed. You look like you've fallen in love, Dong Xiaojie teased, thinking Lu Ming had been charmed by the beautiful CEO. The company's senior meeting, which everyone expected to last a while, ended surprisingly quickly by 9:15 a.m. The market is about to open. You guys better get busy, no more playing with your phones. Cheng Yuanming returned and shouted. Only then did Lu Ming open his computer, accessing the company's trading system to execute stock trades based on Cheng Yuanming's instructions from yesterday. He also opened his phone to check his stock watch list to verify the system's stock predictions. By the way, I want to remind you all to stay sharp and stay humble in the company over the next period. Keep your heads down, or when the scythe comes down, don't say I didn't warn you. Suddenly, Cheng Yuanming said this. Lu Ming, Dong Xiaojie, and Zhang Xiaoman were all confused and didn't understand what he meant. Zhang Xiaoman asked, Boss, can you explain? Cheng Yuanming took out his water cup and brewed some wolfberry tea, saying, Sai, you 3 rookies have no clue. Do you know the saying, new officials always set fire to the old ones? Lu Ming and the others suddenly realized what he meant. Dong Xiaojie chuckled, Boss, we're just the lowest level employees. The fire shouldn't reach us, right? not reach you. Summer, the new CEO, just said that our company's performance in the first half of the year was poor. So, her first task is staff optimization, Cheng Yuanming said. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched. Staff optimization. Layoffs. Yo, Xiaolu, you're still quick-witted. Cheng Yuanming winked. Shit. Dong Xiaojie quickly hid the fashion magazine on his desk. Zhang Xiaoman hurriedly put away her small mirror, lipstick, and makeup tools. Lu Ming quickly tidied up the 2 walnuts and a bracelet on his desk. Soon, everyone in the office started working hard. Lu Ming began comparing the stock data based on the system's predictions. Fenghua Pharmaceuticals indeed dropped after the market opened. ThunderTech plummeted 8% in the first hour of trading, and it seemed like it was going to hit the daily limit. As for Da Mao Liquor and Da Liang Liquor, 2 strong liquor stocks, they started rising immediately. All of the system's stock predictions were coming true. At this moment, Lu Ming became incredibly excited. For a moment, he suddenly didn't fear Summer Yushin causing trouble for him anymore. If I can't stay here, I'll find somewhere else, he thought. Just then, Cheng Yuanming walked over and said, Xiaolu, we're going to buy 10 million worth of ThunderTech in Fund 3. R. Lu Ming was stunned. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and buy it. 10 million. Manager, ThunderTech is crashing. Of course it is. That's why we're buying now. It's a huge opportunity. But, manager, I think ThunderTech's future is very concerning. Lu Ming tried to persuade him, since the system had predicted that ThunderTech would drop 75% over the next 3 months. Cheng Yuanming slammed his hand on the table and angrily said, Hey! You little rookie! What do you know? Am I the fund manager, or are you? Don't talk back, just buy it. Okay, manager, I'll buy it right away, Lu Ming reluctantly agreed, knowing he was just a trader and had no choice. Cheng Yuanming suddenly remembered something and said, By the way, our company's internal trading competition is about to start. You 3 should get ready. The internal trading competition at Juyin Capital was an event designed to give junior employees a chance to rise through the ranks. Each participant was given a 1 million virtual fund, and they could buy stocks or bonds with it. The competition would last for a month, and at the end, the person who made the most profit would win. Chapter 4, The Trader Competition. For securities professionals working in public funds, the usual career progression starts from junior trader or analyst, advancing to fund manager assistant, then to fund manager, and eventually to investment manager, investment director, and so on. However, the path to promotion is often influenced by various factors in the workplace, such as interpersonal relationships, certifications, work experience, personality, and seniority. These all play a role in advancement. But for private equity firms, ability is the most important factor. After all, clients care most about how much money you can make for them. This is why Juyin Capital holds a trader competition every year, to identify and select talent. The trading competition is really useful. Many of the company's outstanding traders rose through the ranks by excelling in the competition. Some of them are hardworking but not very eloquent, while others are naturally gifted. For example, the company's investment director, Guo Rui, is a naturally gifted trader who rose to his position through the competition. Life is like this: some people's talents can't be envied. If fate decides to give them a gift, there's nothing anyone can do to stop it. Trading competition. Boss, what should we prepare for? Is the champion this year going to be Dr. Xiao Feiyang? Dong Xiaojie said, pursing his lips. Xiao Feiyang, an economics PhD, was hired at a high salary by the company and became assistant to investment director Guo Rui, as well as his protege, upon joining. Originally, Guo Rui wanted Xiao Feiyang to take the analyst path, and perhaps grow into the company's research director in the future. But Xiao Feiyang wanted to be a trader. When this news broke, everyone knew that the company's internal trading competition this year was almost certainly going to be won by Xiao Feiyang. Not only because of his high academic qualifications but also because Xiao Feiyang was indeed capable and had gained plenty of trading experience under Guo Rui's guidance. In the past, Lu Ming would have thought the same. But now, with the system in hand, winning the championship was just a matter of time. Lu Ming replied directly, "What is there to be afraid of? Xiao Feiyang is just another guy with a brain like everyone else." Cheng Yuanming, holding his water cup, laughed, "Har har, that's right, Xiao Lu is right. What is there to fear? Besides, this year's trading competition, Summer has already said that all junior employees must participate. This was a bit unexpected for Lu Ming and the others, because in the past, participation in the competition was voluntary. At 3:30 p.m., when the stock market closed, Lu Ming checked the closing prices of the stocks on his watch list. The final price changes were very close to what the system had predicted. With this, the internal trading competition was essentially settled. At 5:30 p.m., Lu Ming packed up and got ready to leave work. Fortunately, Summer Yushin, the devil CEO, hadn't come to find him today. But then again, it made sense she was the CEO, so it wasn't likely that she would waste time on a small trader like him. Lu Ming left the office, rode a shared bike to the market, and decided to celebrate his good fortune with the system. Spare ribs, 1 portion. Chicken chunks, 1 portion. Carp, 1 fish. When he got home, Lu Ming got busy. His father was a professional chef, so he'd been gifted with cooking skills since childhood. If he hadn't studied finance, his father would have insisted he stay in the hometown to run the kitchen. So, after much effort, he prepared braised spare ribs, Ming-style stir-fried chicken, and home-style carp, finally placing the dishes on the table. I'm smiling in my mouth, and in my heart, I'm so happy. My sister doesn't speak but just looks at me, calling out. I know she's waiting for my big bird. He hummed a little tune, feeling delighted. Just as he was about to scoop some rice, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Who's there? Lu Ming opened the door and was greeted by a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Who else could it be but their devil herself, Summer Yushin? Sue. Summer? He stammered. So it had come after all. Millimeter. Summer Yushin nodded coldly and walked in, sitting down on the living room sofa. She was still wearing her black OL business suit, which meant she had come straight here after returning to work. Lu Ming walked over and asked, Summer, what can I do for you? Lu Ming, the trader under Cheng Yuanming. Don't you know why I'm looking for you? Summer Yushin looked up coldly at him, her face serious. I don't know. Lu Ming began to act confused. This woman must have gone through his personnel file at the company and was holding a grudge. Summer Yushin replied in a cold voice, about the package incident. Since they'd be seeing each other frequently, Lu Ming decided it was time to apologize. After all, opening the package yesterday was a mistake. But before he could speak, the devil spoke again. Forget what you saw about the package incident. And keep your mouth shut at work. Don't say anything you shouldn't, otherwise, I won't hesitate to fire a trader. Lu Ming frowned. Hey, he was about to apologize, but what did she mean by that? Yo, Summer, what are you trying to say? Are you threatening me? It's not a threat. It's a warning. Isn't it just firing? There are other places that will hire me, and if I get fired, I won't mind chatting with colleagues about office gossip, like the story of a lonely woman. Lu Ming shrugged indifferently, acting nonchalant. Summer Yushin immediately raised an eyebrow, her teeth grinding in frustration. What was going on today? She couldn't even suppress a lowly employee? Fine, firing doesn't matter. But what if something else gets added to your resume? If you want to switch companies, you should know how important background checks are in the investment industry. Do you think any other financial company will want you if Juyin Capital puts you on the industry blacklist? Summer Yushin's voice was icy as she threw out 3 rhetorical questions, using her usual tough tactics. Lu Ming was truly stunned. Damn, this is low and despicable. She really was a devil. Just like Zhang Xiaoman said, decisive, cold-blooded, and ruthless. This woman was a real venomous snake. No wonder she became CEO. The path to the top must have been paved with bones. Damn it. You think I'm scared of you? You think I'm a softie? You think I'm a coward? Summer, President Yushin, it was all a misunderstanding with the package yesterday. It was my fault, I'm sorry. I'll keep my mouth shut and not say anything at work. You're worried about me. I'm just a small trader, why would you even look at my resume? Anyway, I haven't even completed my time here at the company. Lu Ming quickly changed his attitude, flattering her. As the saying goes, a true man can bend and stretch. Besides, women are the most difficult to deal with, why bother trying to upset one? After all, they live through 60 days of blood flow each year and almost 21 liters in a lifetime without dying. Truly unkillable creatures. Chapter 5, The Devil's Quick Mood Swing. Summer Yuxing saw that Lu Ming had been suppressed and smiled smugly. "Remember your promise." She said this, stood up, and prepared to leave, but then she remembered something. "Lu Ming, lend me some money." Eh? Lu Ming was completely stunned. He suspected he had misheard. This devil really had a quick mood swing. She had just threatened him, and now she was asking him for money? What's more, the CEO, who was supposed to be above him, was asking to borrow money from him. Ridiculous. "President, are you joking with me? My phone is at the office, and I don't have any cash on me. Can you lend me some money? I need to go downstairs to buy some food." "Oh, I see." Lu Ming quickly took out 200 yuan and handed it to her. Summer Yuxing took the money and said, "I'll pay you back tomorrow." She then pushed the door to leave, but suddenly turned around and saw the 3 dishes on the table. I just finished cooking. President Yuxing, would you like to have some? Millimeter, okay. Summer Yuxing agreed right away and walked to the table to sit down. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Great, now he really wanted to slap himself. He was just being polite, and this woman was being so forward. "We're not that familiar. What are you standing there for? Get me some rice." Summer Yuxing suddenly shot him a glare. "Oh, right away." Lu Ming quickly rushed to the kitchen to scoop rice. Damn, this woman must be addicted to her authority. This was his house, and she was eating his food, but still glaring at him. Damn it. She really used her position to press him down. If it weren't for the fact that she was his boss, he would have turned on her by now. In fact, Summer Yuxing wasn't either type to get overly familiar with people. But since it was her first day at the company, there were a lot of things to handle, and she hadn't had lunch. She had been hungry all day. When she saw the dishes on the table earlier, she couldn't help but salivate. Then she remembered that last night Lu Ming had called her obscene, which was a disrespect to a superior. So, she decided not to hold a grudge but rather to enjoy a meal. As a result, Summer Yuxing comfortably sat at the table. The 2 people, who weren't that familiar with each other, sat together, eating in silence. Soon, Summer Yuxing had finished most of the 3 dishes. Lu Ming was stunned. He had intended to save some for tomorrow, but now it looked like there wouldn't be anything left by tomorrow. He really didn't understand how could someone at the CEO level, who must have eaten all sorts of delicacies, devour his home-cooked food like this. But Summer Yuxing just couldn't help it. The food was just too good. "Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. How about I transfer you to the company cafeteria to work as a chef?" "No need, President, I'd really rather not." Lu Ming quickly refused. After finishing the meal, Summer Yuxing stretched lazily, looking very relaxed. Although this woman was a bit cruel, he couldn't deny she was unbelievably beautiful. Especially when she stretched, it was absolutely mesmerizing. "Thanks for the meal. I'm leaving now," Summer Yuxing said, standing up and preparing to leave. "Damn, who invited you to dinner? You're the one who stayed without leaving," Lu Ming muttered in frustration. Then he began cleaning up the table. This woman ate his food and didn't even offer to help clean the dishes. He still didn't know what her real background was. With this curiosity, Lu Ming finished cleaning the dishes and opened his computer. He typed Summer Yuxing into the search bar. Although there wasn't a Wikipedia page, he found a news article about her. Summer Yuxing, an outstanding graduate of Harvard Business School. Her father, Xia Wanshan, was a business magnate, and her mother was the hotel tycoon, Song Jiawen. Lu Ming was stunned. No wonder Summer Yuxing was so extraordinary. She had inherited her parents' amazing genes. Juying Capital had been losing money for years and was close to bankruptcy. It seemed like Summer Yuxing had returned to save the company. Lu Ming then opened his stock trading software and started using the system to predict stock movements. The company's internal trading competition was coming up next week, and he had already chosen his stocks to ensure a smooth victory. The next morning, at 8:30 a.m., the company's senior management gathered for a meeting. The meeting adjourned at 9:30 a.m., and the CEO's office released several new announcements. First announcement. Starting next month, their commission for traders would increase from the previous 1% to 2%. Private equity funds have more varied profit models than public funds. For Juying Capital, the most common model was profit sharing. After a fund makes a profit, the earnings, minus management fees and principal, would be split 50-50 between the company and investors. Of that 50% share, 10% would be the trader's commission. Now, with the trader's commission raised to 20%, it was an exciting change for the traders. This meant they would work harder to earn more. Second announcement. Starting next month, the investment department would begin evaluating the traders. If a trader consistently ranked at the bottom in terms of investment returns for 3 months, their commission would be reduced by 10%, and if the commission fell to zero, the company would consider termination. On the other hand, if a trader ranked first for 3 consecutive months, their commission would increase by 10%, with a maximum of 40%. This announcement made the competition among traders even fiercer, truly embodying the principle of survival of the fittest and the strong rule. Third announcement. The company would conduct personnel optimization over the next 3 months. This basically meant clearing out the deadweight employees. Ming read through the announcements and sighed. This was definitely in the devil style, ruthless and efficient. Ding dong. Suddenly, Ming's WeChat received a friend request. After accepting it, he saw that it was from a woman with the nickname, A Little Dumb Orange. A Little Dumb Orange, I'm Summer Yushin, here's your money back. She then transferred 200 yuan to him. Ming was stunned. Wow, this nickname is so funny. Here she is, their devil, pretending to be all cute like Hello Kitty. But since he added her on WeChat, it wouldn't hurt to check out her moments, right? So he clicked on her profile and browsed her moments. To his disappointment, it was just a bunch of reposted finance news, nothing interesting. Just then, Cheng Yuanming suddenly slammed the table. Damn it, Leitain Tech dropped again. Xiaolu, buy more stocks. This time, at 20 million. Ming's eyelids twitched. Damn it, Cheng Yuanming was digging his own grave. Did he want to destroy his reputation? Manager, the stock has been dropping continuously. Are you sure we should add more? I think we'd be better off buying some liquor stocks. Hey, Xiaolu, do you think I'm giving you face? Are you questioning my judgment? Ming shook his head helplessly. Cheng Yuanming, once known for his cautious strategies, was about to crash and burn. Chapter 6, 3 Daily Limit Ups. In the afternoon, the company held a general staff meeting. At the conference, the new president, Shi Yushin, naturally had to give a speech. Finally, Shi Yushin announced that the trader trading competition will be held tomorrow. At the same time, the winner this time will be directly promoted to fund manager, and the company will also reward 100,000 yuan in bonus. In addition, the runner-up and third-place winners will also be given key training. The conference room immediately went wild with excitement over this reward. For grassroots employees, this is undoubtedly an opportunity to soar to the sky. After the meeting, the company's top executives left the meeting room. Many employees were discussing in the conference room. Oh, Ming, Xiaoman, it seems like we have to work hard too. What if we're lucky enough to win the championship? Dong Xiaojie rubbed his hands excitedly. Har har, yes, 100,000 yuan in prize money, how many lipsticks should I buy? Zhang Xiaoman also looked full of longing. Ming laughed and said, Hey, Xiaoman, you've already got a 100,000 yuan bonus, and you're still buying lipstick. Can you have higher aspirations? What's that? Let us buy some papaya. What do you mean, Ming, you bad guy? Zhang Xiaoman immediately looked down at her little A, blushed, and threw a pink fist towards Ming. Humph. 3 pieces of trash, and you still want to win the championship. You're just dreaming. Suddenly a sarcastic voice came from behind. Ming and the other two looked back. I saw Xiao Feiyang standing behind with a look of contempt on his face. Mr. Xiao, who the hell are you calling trash? Dong Xiaojie glared and walked forward. I'm talking about you 3. What's wrong with you? With your little abilities, you 3 losers still have the nerve to talk about winning the championship. Why don't you take a good look in the mirror? Do you deserve it? Xiao Feiyang said arrogantly. At this moment, many employees looked over. In fact, Xiao Feiyang was so arrogant in the company on a daily basis. But who made him the assistant to the investment director Guo Rui? Even the company's fund managers were polite to him. After all, the investment director is the 3rd most important person in the company. Fuck. Dong Xiaojie was so angry that he was about to take action. Ming quickly grabbed him, then walked forward and said coldly, Xiao Feiyang, apologize. Yes, apologize to us. Zhang Xiaoman was also so angry that her face turned red. Xiao Feiyang snorted coldly, apologize. Do you think you deserve it? Lu Ming said, you're not going to apologize, right? That's fine, we can call Director Guo and President Xie to have a good chat about this. Xiao Feiyang frowned. Oh, I didn't expect the quality of doctoral students to be so poor. That's right, I learned a lot today. No way, he has a backer. At this moment, other employees around were also talking about it. Xiao Feiyang also felt a little embarrassed. He said, okay, I can apologize. Didn't you three just say you would win the championship? As long as any of you wins the trading competition, I will kneel down at the entrance of the company and apologize to you. Shameless. These words made Dong Xiaojie and Zhang Xiaoman grit their teeth in anger. Okay. Remember what you said. Lu Ming agreed immediately. I, Xiao Feiyang, keep my word. He then left the meeting room. Ming, are you just going to let me go like this? Dong Xiaojie was a little angry. Zhang Xiaoman said helplessly, what else can we do? If we really call Director Guo, he will be too protective of his own people and won't side with us. Then there's no hope of getting this guy to apologize. Dong Xiaojie glared. That may not be the case. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and smiled. The next day, the trader trading competition began. Each participating employee had his or her own account and password, and then logged into the trading platform. This trading platform is similar to the company's real trading platform except that the money in it is not real. However, this platform also has an additional transaction ranking list. This ranking is calculated based on the total funds of each trader's account, including floating profits and losses. Of course, since it is a competition, the ranking list only shows the number of stocks held by each contestant, and ordinary employees cannot see the specific holding details. In addition to this, if a contestant hits their up limit or down limit, it will also be displayed on the leaderboard. At 9 o'clock, each player logged into his account, showing online status, and the funds were 1 million. Ming, I'm so nervous. Dong Xiaojie's hands were shaking as he held the cup of coffee. Lu Ming said speechlessly, Xiaojie, what are you afraid of? This is virtual funds. That's right, Dong, I have some backbone. I want to be a fund manager in the future. Zhang Xiaoman was calm and composed. In the blink of an eye, it was 9:30 and the stock market opened. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. According to his system's prediction yesterday, his target main funds would mainly buy 5 stocks today. They are Damao Liquor, Lunan Environmental Protection, Blue Sky Technology, Kangher Pharmaceutical, and Rueduan Lithium Battery. Of course, I will also buy some other confusing stocks. After all, I have the golden finger of the system and I cannot expose it, otherwise all the stocks I bought will hit the daily limit and may make the headlines tomorrow. Wow, Ming, look. The rankings have been updated. Suddenly Dong Xiaojie shouted. Wow, damn, Xiao Feiyang hit the daily limit in just 5 minutes. Zhang Xiaoman also screamed. It's just opened, you all should calm down. Lu Ming took a look and found that Xiao Feiyang was indeed ranked first on the list, but the change in funds was not big, which showed that this daily limit did not make much profit. Dong Xiaojie gritted his teeth and said, fuck. This Xiao Fei dog. There's something in his stomach. What the hell, could it be that Director Guo Rui was directing this? Zhang Xiaoman expressed doubt. At this moment, the manager Cheng Yuanming next to him said, you three should keep a low profile. This is a workplace. Don't say certain things. Especially dirty words. They are too rude. Got it, manager. Dong Xiaojie replied. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Yuanming slammed the table and said angrily, fuck the WBD. JB Latain Technology revealed that the development of a new project failed, and the stock will fall again today. Dong Xiaojie and Zhang Xiaoman looked at each other and smiled, how fucking rude. Lu Ming's mouth twitched as he suggested, manager, I suggest you cut your losses and buy some white wine. Selling at a loss? That's not my style. It's just a failed project. I believe the technology sector is still stable. I'm going to increase my position today. Cheng Mingyuan is still very stubborn. Lu Ming was helpless again, he really couldn't persuade him to come back. At this moment, Dong Xiaojie suddenly exclaimed, har, someone has surpassed Xiao Feiyang. Who is it? Zhang Xiaoman said this as she refreshed the trading platform. Hiss. It's Lu Ming. Fuck. Ming. It's really you. You've hit 3 daily limit ups. Dong Xiaojie's eyes were as big as bells. Cheng Mingyuan also switched the trading platform with some doubt and took a look, and immediately took a breath of cold air. Hiss. Chapter 7, Number 1 in the ranking. At this moment, Xiao Feiyang was in the office, feeling very proud. Wow, Assistant Xiao is really amazing, he's number 1 on the list. It's only a matter of time before Assistant Xiao becomes a fund manager. That's right, this time Assistant Xiao is going to be famous throughout the investment community. Many colleagues around me are flattering me. Xiao Feiyang held a cup of civet coffee in his hand, looking at the trading platform leisurely and watching the market slowly. But at this moment, a name suddenly pushed him down from the first place in the ranking. Xiao Feiyang rubbed his eyes, thinking that the system was stuck. Lu Ming. This is impossible. Lu Ming indeed became the new number 1, and his stock price also hit the daily limit 3 times. Xiao Feiyang carefully looked at the fund ranking of Lu Ming's trading account and was immediately shocked. More than 1.03 million. This means that Lu Ming bought at least 300,000 of these 3 stocks. But his own funds are just 1.01 million. Xiao Feiyang quickly put down the coffee in his hand. He didn't dare to underestimate the enemy anymore and had to devote himself to the transaction. It's really Lu Ming. It hit 3 daily limit ups, so awesome. Unbelievable, Lu Ming is so strong. TSK, is this the new generation of talented investment darling? The employees around were whispering and looking at Xiao Feiyang, whose face was ashen. At this moment, he was gritting his teeth in anger. What are you all arguing about? The transaction has just begun. Stock trading relies on long-term holding, not short-term trading. Xiao Feiyang slammed the table in annoyance. The other employees around were silent. On this day, Xiao Feiyang continued to buy several stocks that he was optimistic about. But his funds could never catch up with Lu Ming. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Ming's ranking had reached 1.1 million funds. If calculated based on the funds, Lu Ming made a profit of 10% on the first day, and his stock price hit the daily limit. However, Lu Ming holds more than a dozen stocks, and only 5 of them have hit the daily limit. So this proves that Lu Ming got a large volume stock. Anyone who knows about stocks knows that, theoretically, the maximum amplitude of a shares can reach nearly 20%. Of course, this is just theory. Such situations are rare, but it is common for the amplitude to exceed 15%. Xiao Feiyang was frightened when he thought of this. Finally it was 3:30, and Xiao Feiyang was so angry that he went straight to the technical department because he suspected that there was something wrong with the data on the trading platform, otherwise Lu Ming would not have achieved this result. This news immediately spread throughout the company and everyone was talking about it. But the technical department quickly responded that there was nothing wrong with the data. This means that Lu Ming's transaction data is authentic and valid. Xiao Feiyang was stunned. In the next 2 days, Lu Ming firmly occupied the first place in the ranking, and his trading funds reached 1.26 million. Looking at Xiao Feiyang again, his funds were just 1.08 million, and he had been completely left behind. The key is that it only takes 3 days. Xiao Feiyang, this top doctoral student, who was once arrogant and conceited, has now become the laughingstock of the entire company. Before leaving Get Off Work, Xiao Feiyang was called directly to the office by Guo Rui. You useless bastard. How did you get so far behind that kid named Lu? How could Guo Rui not be angry? His own apprentice became a laughingstock, which was a complete slap in his face. Boss Guo, this kid surnamed Lu must be too lucky. I will definitely overtake him. Xiao Feiyang gritted his teeth. Guo Rui said angrily, you can get this result in 3 days. Do you think it's just luck? Is it your brain that is stupid, or is it my brain that is terrible? Xiao Feiyang was stunned. You still underestimate the enemy. The kid surnamed Lu was able to achieve this result in 3 days, it is obvious that he came well prepared. Mr. Guo, am I doomed to fail? Guo Rui snorted, that's not necessarily true. With such a quick profit, he must have done a lot of short-term trading. But this kind of gambler style will fail in the long run. If he fails, he will fail miserably. Yes. Xiao Feiyang's eyes lit up and he became excited again. Remember, the trading competition lasts for a month. As long as you stay calm, you will still be the champion. What's important is that you keep your mentality stable. If your mentality collapses, no one can save you. Guo Rui reminded again. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Guo. Xiao Feiyang was full of fighting spirit again. In the evening, Lu Ming made kung pao chicken and prepared to make a boiled pork slices. The trader trading competition got off to a great start and the 100,000 yuan prize was secured, so it was natural to celebrate. Tomorrow is the weekend, and I can play League of Legends with my classmates later. Boom boom boom. Suddenly at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? I. You? Who are you? Xie Yushin. Oh my god. Lu Ming quickly took a plate of kung pao chicken on the dining table back to the kitchen. Damn, is this female devil here to eat for free again? He opened the door and suddenly saw Xie Yushin standing in front of the door in a disheveled and wet state. Boss Xie, what are you doing? My water pipe burst, can you fix it? Xie Yushin looked embarrassed. I'll go and take a look. Lu Ming quickly followed her to room 303. As soon as I walked into their house, I heard the sound of water splashing coming from the bathroom. He walked into the bathroom and saw that the shower head joint had burst and was leaking water, making the bathroom floor wet. Boss Xie, the shower head connector is broken and can't be fixed. Let's shut off the water gate first. A sluice gate. I don't know where it is. Xie Yushin looked confused. Lu Ming took a quick look around the bathroom, then came to the bathroom cabinet and opened the door. Wow, it's full of shower gel, soap, and so on. The key point is that the jumping egg that I bought by express delivery is still placed in the middle, but it has not been opened yet. Swish. Xie Yushin's face suddenly turned red. At this moment, Lu Ming saw the innermost sluice gate and he quickly reached out and tightened it. Then the shower stopped spraying water. Stop. Xie Yushin was pleasantly surprised. Because the accumulated water was not much and did not flood into the living room, it was drained away quickly. Lu Ming turned around and was suddenly stunned. Because Xie Yushin was soaked, her upper body clothes were all stuck to her body, and what was underneath was clearly visible. Oh my god, it's really good, either C or D, so white. Xie Yushin was already extremely beautiful, and now she had become a wet beauty. Lu Ming swallowed instinctively and almost imagined a video of an exchange. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. Xie Yushin quickly covered her upper body and glared at him. Lu Ming's eyelids jumped and he changed the subject. Boss Xie, the sluice gate has been closed, so the bathroom can't use water for the time being. What should we do then? Just buy a new shower head tomorrow and have the workers replace it. Where can I buy it? Can I buy it now? The mall is closed now, how about I take you to buy it tomorrow morning? Xie Yushin shook her head and said, no, I have to sleep in this morning. Why don't you just go to the mall and buy me one? I don't have to choose. Chapter 8 The female president comes to eat again. Lu Ming was stunned. Hey, you're sleeping in, but I still want to sleep. How about this afternoon? I don't have time this afternoon either. A friend is coming over to play. Okay then, I'll go by myself. Lu Ming was speechless for a while, walked out of the bathroom and prepared to go back. Ouch. Suddenly a big fat orange cat jumped out from the side. Fuck. Lu Ming was shocked. Damn, it turns out that the evil woman really had a ginger cat. Ouch. But at this moment, Big Fat Orange was staring at him with anger and hostility. Hey, Mr. Xie, you also have a ginger cat. It's so fat. Lu Ming teased. Ouch. Unexpectedly, this sentence made the fat orange boy angry, and he started scratching Lu Ming's leg. After returning home, Lu Ming changed into shorts and flip-flops. It would be strange if the claws didn't scratch it. He quickly stepped back to avoid it. Pee-pee. Suddenly Xie Yushin blocked the cat and picked it up. Ouch. Although he was picked up, the little fat orange boy still howled at Lu Ming. Mr. Xie, is your cat too fierce? Pee-pee is a little fairy. If you say she's fat, it would be strange if she didn't tickle you. You have a bad temper, just like you, President Xie. Xie Yushin stared at him. I'm going back. Lu Ming thought, isn't he just fat? There's nothing you can say about it. Then he returned to his room 301 and continued making boiled pork slices. Boom boom boom. Just when he was halfway through, there was another knock on his door. Boss Xia, anything else? When I opened the door, it was indeed Xia Yushin. I saw her holding a small plastic basket with toiletries and clothes in it. The water pipe at home burst. I want to use your bathroom. Oh, okay then. Lu Ming was too embarrassed to refuse. Then Xia Yushin came to the bathroom, looked at the environment first, and frowned visibly. Lu Ming is a grown man, so naturally he is a bit unruly in the bathroom. In particular, hanging on the towel rack were the red briefs that Lu Ming had taken off yesterday and had not yet washed. Can you take this away? I'll get it right away. Lu Ming quickly took it out. Is your bathroom door lock working properly? Xia Yushin tried the door lock again. Lu Ming's face was filled with black lines. Damn, this female devil is so troublesome. She came to my house on her own initiative to use the bathroom to take a shower, and now she is doubting the door lock. The door is locked. It can't be opened even if it is locked. He replied unhappily. Bang. Xia Yushin just closed the bathroom door. Lu Ming reluctantly went to the kitchen and continued cooking. The boiled pork slices had just come out of the pot when Xia Yushin, who was taking a shower over there, finished. I'm done. Lu Ming walked out of the kitchen. Xia Yushin was seen wearing a conservative nightgown. Although she was wearing something underneath, her graceful figure, hazy and transparent, was still very lethal. When he saw it, he almost saluted the woman. Lu Ming quickly ran back to the kitchen to avoid any embarrassment. I'm back, Lu Ming, you should clean your bathroom. There's dirt in the gaps between the tiles. Xia Yushin left after saying this. Oh my god. Lu Ming came out with a shovel and knocked on the door several times. It's my bathroom, I didn't ask you to use it, but you talk as if I have to clean it next time. Then he simply locked the door. Then the kung pao chicken and boiled pork slices were brought to the table. Looking at the two delicious dishes, Lu Ming's appetite was whetted. Bang! Lu Ming was speechless. Damn, is this never going to end? He walked forward, opened the door, and stood in the middle, trying to block the dining table. Looking at Xia Yushin again, he was wearing a conservative home outfit and holding a bowl and a pair of chopsticks in his hands. It seemed that he came here just to get a free meal. Do you mind adding a set of bowls and chopsticks? Xia Yushin raised an eyebrow. I don't mind. Lu Ming forced a smile. Damn, this female devil has a dog nose. So the two of them sat down at the dining table again. Xia Yushin started eating without any hesitation again. The difference from last time was that this time she served herself the rice. Boss Xia, although I am your subordinate employee, it is now get off work time. You always come here to eat and drink for free. Isn't this not good? Lu Ming has the system in his hands, so who cares about your boss? Just now in my house, when you looked straight up at me, that wasn't very nice, was it? Xia Yushin raised her head with a queen-like look. Lu Ming blushed. Okay, if you say so. Well then, I've had a treat for my eyes. Although the boiled pork slices are spicy, it is obvious that Xia Yushin is not afraid of spicy food and even likes it a little. Lu Ming picked at it and saw that the woman had eaten all the meat slices, leaving only cabbage and bean sprouts. Seeing that there were only a few pieces of kung pao chicken left, he quickly picked up a few pieces. Boss Xia, you eat so much at night, aren't you afraid of getting fat? Really? That's great. I'm too skinny. Not thin. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he looked at a certain place of the female devil. Xia Yushin was obviously not happy with this behavior. She frowned and said unhappily, if you keep looking at me, I'll kill you. He, just talk big. You're still destroying me. You're just a little girl. Lu Ming thought to himself, obviously not taking it seriously. You come here to eat, drink, and use the bathroom, so what's wrong with me taking a look? The two of them were silent for a while, and half an hour later, the food was gone. But Xia Yushin obviously had no intention of leaving immediately, and instead started talking about company matters. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to have some talent. You've even won first place in the trading competition. That's right. I'm a natural trader. That may not be the case. Lu Ming was a little puzzled. He was such a good trader, how could this not be possible? Xie Yushin explained, I looked at your holdings. You bought stocks too aggressively, took advantage of the volatility, and traded frequently. This is a taboo for traders. Lu Ming was startled, and then he remembered that others could not see his positions, but Xie Yushin was the president, and his account should have the authority to see his positions. It's a taboo for others, but it's a sense of smell for me. He naturally knew the taboos of stock trading. But those are only for ordinary traders. I am a systematic trader, so I am not afraid. Sense of smell. If you want to be a great trader in the future, wake up. After saying this, Xie Yushin took his own bowl and chopsticks and went back. Lu Ming shrugged and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. A few minutes later, there was another knock on the door. You uncle. Lu Ming went to open the door angrily to see what this female devil was doing. It seemed like she was going on and on all night. If I don't show my power, you will think I'm a sick cat. But I didn't expect that as soon as I opened the door, Xie Yushin threw over a can of tea. This is tea given to me by a friend. I don't drink it, so I'm giving it to you. Lu Ming quickly caught the tea leaves, but Xie Yushin had already turned around and went back. He picked it up and took a look. It was Huangshan Maofeng, a very expensive tea. Hey, this female devil actually understands the ways of the world. Chapter 9 The Fate Given to You by God. The next afternoon, Xie Yushin received a call from her best friend Zhu Wanqing. Hey, Shengsheng, I'm downstairs at your place, come down and pick me up. So soon, I'll go down right away. Xie Yushin went downstairs immediately and soon saw her best friend's car downstairs. Shengsheng. Zhu Wanqing got out of the car and waved at her. Wanqing, you came at the right time. Did you bring me any food? Xie Yushin ran over with a smile. Oh, Shengsheng, you are such a lazy bug. You slept for the whole morning again, right? I packed your favorite braised spare ribs and boiled pork slices for you. Zhu Wanqing said as he took the lunch box from the car. Har, Wanqing, you understand me so well. Xie Yushin happily took the lunch box. Zhu Wanqing took down a few more clothing bags and then closed the car door. Go upstairs. Xie Yushin took the initiative to hold her arm. Wait, Shengsheng, there's a surprise. Surprise? What surprise? Come. Zhu Wanqing took her to the rear of the car and opened the trunk. There was a dog box in the trunk. Xie Yushin looked down and saw a husky puppy lying inside. Oh. When the husky cub saw her, it wagged its tail excitedly and stretched out its paws towards her. Huh? Husky. Har, that's right. Surprise or not, this is the gift I carefully selected for you. Xie Yushin was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Then two people carried the dog box upstairs. Shengsheng, is my house okay to live in? It's just been empty for a long time. Fine. The two people came into the room, and Zhu Wanqing quickly opened the dog box and let the husky out. So the husky ran around the room excitedly, not showing any shyness at all. Meow. Suddenly, the fat orange peel jumped over, full of hostility towards the husky. Wow, Peepee, I miss you so much. Zhu Wanqing picked up the fat orange and started sucking it. Meow. The big fat orange boy was obviously resisting and stretched out his claws to block it. Hey, Peepee, don't you recognize me? I'm your Aunt Wanqing. Zhu Wanqing said this and continued to smoke. Ouch. This time Big Fat Orange issued a warning. Xie Yushin smiled and said, let her go quickly. She just returned to China and has changed to a new environment. She has a bad temper recently. Okay then, Peepee, I'll suck you again tonight. Zhu Wanqing then let go of the fat orange. Unexpectedly, the big fat orange cat jumped to the ground, ran directly to the side of the husky, and scratched it directly. The innocent husky cub was frightened and screamed. Poor little Har. Zhu Wanqing went over to comfort the dog and stroked its head. Xie Yushin said helplessly, you see, right. Peepee is quite resistant to foreign creatures. How can I raise a husky if you give me one? They should be fine after a couple of days, they'll be familiar with each other. I saw that you live alone, so I gave you a dog to protect you. Zhu Wanqing teased the husky, and the husky started wagging its tail lively again. Pfut, Wanqing, you're raising a husky to protect me, what's the fuss? Hey, Shengsheng, this is something I carefully selected from the kennel. It cost 10,000 yuan. Its parents are both excellent. Why don't you take it back and raise it yourself? That won't work. You know my job. I travel a lot. I can't afford it. Xie Yuxing looked at the fat orange peel lying on the sofa with a resentful look on his face, and couldn't bear it. But this husky was given to me by my best friend, so I felt embarrassed to refuse it. Zhu Wanqing walked to the sofa, touched the big fat orange, and said, Xingxing, how about this? If you are afraid that Pipi will become depressed, then give Xiaohar to your colleagues and friends. I really don't have time to raise him. Okay, let's talk about it later. I'm going to eat first. I'm starving. Xie Yuxing said as he walked to the dining table, opened the lunchbox, picked up chopsticks and started eating. Zhu Wanqing quickly sat down opposite. How is it? Is it delicious? Or should I order takeout from your favorite store? Eh? That's not right, Xingxin, but why don't you look as happy as before? Xie Yuxing smiled and said, Wanqing, I'm telling you, it's because I've eaten braised spare ribs that are even better than this. What restaurant is better than this? It's not a restaurant, it's run by a colleague from the company. A colleague from the company. Male or female? A man. What? You went to a male colleague's house for dinner? Are you secretly in love? Zhu Wanqing was a little excited. Xie Yuxing rolled his eyes and said, No way, do you still remember the thing you bought for me? Of course I remember. Did you use it? I don't even need it. I haven't even opened the package yet. Why don't you use it? I've used it and it's so cool. Go away, what I want to say is that the package you sent me that night was opened and seen by the man who lives across the street. I didn't expect that by coincidence. When I went to the company the next day, he was also an employee of Juying Capital. What? Zhu Wanqing's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Xie Yuxing then recounted everything that had happened between him and Lu Ming. Har har. When Zhu Wanqing heard this, she lay on the sofa and laughed so hard that she fell forward and backward. Okay, you're still laughing. Are the braised spare ribs made by this Lu Ming really that delicious? Xie Yuxing nodded and said, Wanqing, you know what? The braised pork ribs he makes taste exactly the same as the ones my grandmother makes. I see. No wonder you ate at my table again yesterday. Zhu Wanqing and Xie Yuxing were high school classmates. Xie Yuxing grew up with her grandmother when she was a child, and she had the best relationship with her grandmother, which Zhu Wanqing knew. Yesterday I smelled the boiled pork slices he made, and I just wanted to try it to see if his boiled pork slices tasted the same as my grandmother's. What's the result? What a coincidence, that's the same. Xie Yuxing looked very happy when she talked about this. Hey, is this Lu Ming handsome? Hey, Wanqing, why are you asking this? Xingxin, maybe this is the fate God has given you. Can you please stop making trouble? Tell me, is he handsome? I don't know if he is handsome or not. Zhu Wanqing stood up and said, If you don't tell me, I'll go knock on the door across the street and see for myself. Hey, Wanqing, you little bitch, you're making trouble again. What nonsense are you talking about? Let me help you check it out. The two started chatting and laughing. Boom boom boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Who? Oh, it's Lu Ming. He's here to help me change the shower pipe. The handsome guy came to my door. I'll go open the door. I'll go open the door. Zhu Wanqing ran forward happily and opened the door. Xie Yuxing was speechless for a while. Mr. Xie. Who are you? When Lu Ming saw her, he was stunned. Chapter 10 You treat me and I cook. Zhu Wanqing looked Lu Ming up and down and was amazed at what a handsome guy he was. I'm President Xie's best friend, my name is Zhu Wanqing. Hello, I'm here with the workers to help Mr. Xie change the shower head. Lu Ming said this and pointed at the workers following behind him. Come in quickly. Zhu Wanqing quickly invited him in. At this time, Xie Yuxing came over and said, Lu Ming, thank you for your help. You're welcome. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he took the workers to the bathroom. Zhu Wanqing held Xie Yuxing, winked, and whispered, Xingxin, you're quite handsome. Shut up. You silly girl, you don't know how to cherish fate. When will you be able to tell others about your first time? Keep your voice down. Shut up. Xie Yuxing was so embarrassed that her face turned red with shame. Fortunately, Lu Ming and the workers were in the bathroom. Soon the workers helped to replace the newly purchased shower set. Well, open the floodgates. Good. Lu Ming then opened the cabinet door and turned the shutter. But the thing that was originally placed here last night is gone. The sluice gate was opened, and then the shower was tried. When there was no problem, the workers left. Lu Ming, how much did you spend? I'll transfer the money to you. 1360, this is a thermostatic shower. Good. Xie Yushin quickly opened WeChat and transferred the money to Lu Ming. Boss Xie, I'll go back too. Lu Ming said. Xie Yushin nodded. Okay, thank you Lu Ming. Hey, handsome Lu, don't go, Shen. Handsome Lu bought you a shower and brought workers to install it. He helped you so much, you should at least treat him to a meal. Zhu Wanqing said as she pulled Lu Ming's arm. Yes, Lu Ming, how about I treat you to dinner tonight? Xie Yushin nodded. Don't bother, Mr. Xie. Lu Ming thought to himself, what the hell? He had an appointment to play games with Dong Xiaojie in the evening. No trouble, no trouble. Xing and I will go buy groceries in the afternoon, and you can come and cook in the evening. Zhu Wanqing said with a smile. Lu Ming was stunned. Okay, you want me to have a meal and let me cook? These two best friends are both smart. Xie Yushin didn't expect Zhu Wanqing to say that, and almost burst out laughing. Well, I heard from Xing that your cooking skills are very good. I'm so greedy. Handsome Lu, do you mind letting me taste your cooking? Zhu Wanqing blinked her big eyes at Lu Ming. That's fine. No problem. Lu Ming had no choice but to agree. So Lu Ming returned to 301 and called Dong Xiaojie first. Hey, Xiaojie, hurry up and get online. We'll play together this afternoon. We agreed to meet in the evening. I'm shopping in the supermarket now. I don't have time tonight. I have to have dinner with a beautiful lady. Which beautiful lady did you have dinner with? Is that true? Just brag. She is really a beauty, someone you would never guess. I'll never guess it. Could it be our company's beautiful CEO, Ms. Xie? Lu Ming's mouth twitched immediately, and he said, really? You guessed it right. Fuck, Ming, you brag without thinking. Hurry up and stop talking nonsense. Wait a moment, I'll be back soon after I finish shopping in the supermarket. Why are you shopping as a single guy? You're just buying a few packs of instant noodles. Who said that? There's also sausage. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ming turned on his computer first. In the afternoon, Xie Yushin and Zhu Wanqing really went to their vegetable market. They didn't know what dishes Lu Ming was good at, so they bought some vegetables and meat. In the evening, Zhu Wanqing came knocking on the door. Lu Ming followed them to 303 and looked at the ingredients they bought. Brother Lu, take a look at what we bought and decide what dish to make. Well, did you too buy this? Yes. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and said, next time you two should not buy it. What are you picking up? The vegetables are wilted, the pork is loose, the tofu is collapsed, and the chicken is still frozen. You are being deceived by the merchant. Xie Yushin and Zhu Wanqing stared at each other, feeling very depressed. This fish is still flopping. How about this? The ribs are fresh, so we can make braised ribs, spicy tofu, mushrooms and rapeseed, twice cooked pork, and finally sweet and sour fish. Lu Ming made a plan. Yeah, okay. Xie Yushin nodded quickly. Zhu Wanqing said, that handsome Lu, can you make boiled pork slices again? Lu Ming took a look and said, well, that's fine. There's not much meat left. We'll just have to make do with what we have. So Lu Ming came to Xie Yushin's kitchen, and found that the kitchen utensils were quite complete. Because their house in 303 is large, the kitchen space is also large. But judging by how clean the kitchen is, Xie Yushin is just a nobody who can only boil water. Just when Lu Ming was about to get busy, he discovered that Xie Yushin and Zhu Wanqing, two young ladies, actually sat on the sofa. One person was holding a cat, and the other was holding a puppy. There are snacks on the table, ready to watch TV and wait. Damn, these two female hooligans. You said you would treat me to a meal, but in the end, you made me do their hard labor. No, we must not let them sit and wait for food. I have to cook 6 dishes at once, and you all have to wait for me until midnight. Hey, you two ladies, don't just sit there, come and wash and pick the vegetables. Lu Ming greeted him unceremoniously. I don't owe you anything, but I can't spoil you. Here it comes. Xie Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing smiled unkindly. However, these two ladies can only do some simple work. The ingredients were almost ready. When Lu Ming was about to start cooking, he found that Xie Yuxing's house did not have all the seasonings, so he had to go home and get a few. At 7 o'clock in the evening, all 6 dishes were finally prepared and placed on the table. Wow, it's really delicious. Shengsheng, go get the wine. Zhu Wanqing was drooling. Xie Yuxing was stunned. Still drinking. Nonsense, with so many delicious dishes, of course we have to drink. All right then. Xie Yuxing then brought out a bottle of Petrus red wine. Lu Ming took a look and saw a bottle of red wine worth tens of thousands of yuan. Rich people are different. Come on, handsome Lu, open the wine. Zhu Wanqing handed over the wine corkscrew. Lu Ming took it and opened the wine, but he didn't expect that as soon as he opened the wine, he turned around and saw the two female hooligans, Xie Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing, actually picked up chopsticks and started eating. Damn, I'm already on your pirate ship. Hey, handsome Lu, hurry up, pour it for us. Zhu Wanqing was holding the cup, very excited, and chewing a piece of pork ribs in his mouth. Lu Ming was speechless for a while. Wow, are you going to die? I'm not your waiter. Let me do it. Xie Yuxing was still sensible and took the bottle of red wine on his own initiative. Chapter 11 Still a Virgin Solo. Come on, handsome Lu, let's clash. After the wine was poured, Zhu Wanqing took the initiative to raise his glass. The three of them clinked their glasses and started eating. At this time, excitedly ran to Lu Ming's legs, wagging its tail and looking at him. Lu Ming picked up a piece of pork ribs and threw it directly to her. Unexpectedly, the little fat orange did not come to the dining table to ask for food, but just lay on the sofa. Brother Lu, who did you learn cooking from? Have you ever been to New Oriental? The dishes are so delicious. Zhu Wanqing couldn't help but ask. My father is a chef, and later he opened his own restaurant. I learned cooking skills from my father. Of course, some of it is also natural talent. Lu Ming explained. You know what? The dishes you cook taste almost the same as those made by Xingxing's grandmother. That's why Xingxing eats your food. Lu Ming looked at Xie Yuxing in surprise. Well, I grew up with my grandmother when I was a child, and now my grandmother. Xie Yuxing paused here. In fact, Lu Ming naturally understood what was said later. Lu Ming said straightforwardly, I see. Mr. Xie, why didn't you tell me earlier? Next time you want to eat it, just tell me and I'll make it for you. Xie Yuxing was a little surprised that Lu Ming would say that. Then the three of them ate, drank and chatted, and all of them were a little tipsy. Lu Ming started to talk a lot after drinking. Through chatting he found out that Zhu Wanqing was actually a female criminal police officer and the house 303 was hers. Because Xie Yuxing returned to China to work and this house was close to the company, the house was lent to Xie Yuxing to live in. By the way, Lu Ming, you happen to be here today. I know that you and Xingxing had some misunderstandings about the express delivery that day. I have to explain it. Zhu Wanqing thought of this. Xie Yuxing's pretty face suddenly turned red. Wanqing, why are you bringing this up? Sister Wanqing, this is actually all my fault. I opened the package without reading the delivery note, and later said some uncivilized words. I apologized to President Xie that day. Lu Ming said as he swirled the red wine in the glass. Zhu Wanqing shook her head and said, Lu Ming, I'm not commenting on who is right or wrong. I'm just explaining something else. Something else? Explain what? Lu Ming looked confused. What was in the package? You saw it that day, right? Yeah, I see. I'm telling you, I actually bought that toy for Xingxing. I wanted to give her a surprise. She didn't buy it for herself, and that toy was for use outside. Do you understand? Zhu Wanqing blinked. Oops. Xie Yuxing didn't expect her to say this, so she quickly covered her mouth and said, Wanqing, shut up. Xingxing, don't cover my mouth. Lu Ming, do you understand? What do you mean? Lu Ming was also confused. Is Zhu Wanqing crazy? Why is she telling me this? Does she think of me as her best friend? Wanqing, you are drunk, why don't you go to the room and take a nap? As Xie Yuxin said this, he wanted to pull Zhu Wanqing into their house. She knew her best friend too well. When she was drunk, she would talk nonsense. If I drink a few more glasses of wine, I might turn into a female hooligan. Shengshen, stop it. How can I get drunk with just this little bit of wine? Lu Ming, Ming, do you understand? I really don't understand. Lu Ming spread his hands. Zhu Wanqing said anxiously, hey, you idiot. That jumping egg is for external use, which means Xingxing is still a virgin girl. Oops. Xie Yuxin was so embarrassed that she immediately let her go and covered her face. I am too embarrassed to see anyone. This big-mouthed bestie is a spendthrift woman. My little secret has been revealed. In front of a man. The key point is that this man is an employee of his own company. Xie Yuxin wished she could find a hole to crawl into, she was so embarrassed. Sister Wanqing, this matter is Mr. Xia's privacy, you don't need to explain it to me. Lu Ming was also embarrassed. Damn, Xie Yuxin is his boss. If he knew this secret, he would probably die quickly. But then again, no wonder the toy was unopened when I saw it yesterday. This charming and deadly female devil is actually a natural girl. Of course not. Xingxing is a good girl. I'm afraid you'll misunderstand. Xingxing is still a virgin. Okay, Wanqing, just shut up. Xie Yuxin blushed. Alright, let's stop talking. Xingxing, I'm sorry. Look at your face, it's become a monkey's butt. Zhu Wanqing complained with a smile. Lu Ming took a look and was surprised to find that the evil woman looked so beautiful when she was shy, like a ripe peach. Normally she looks cold in the company, and she is completely different now. Zhu Wanqing asked again, Lu Ming, I want to ask you, have you ever bought similar toys? No. Lu Ming quickly shook his head. Xie Yuxin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and was embarrassed. It was all over, the chat pattern of her best friend was about to be exposed. No. Do you want me to recommend one to you? No need. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. Really? That's right, you men don't need to buy toys, all you need is a right hand. Yes, it's a craft. Lu Ming nodded awkwardly. But the toy I bought is also very good. It is really good and safe. It is very suitable for lonely women like us who have never been in a relationship. Zhu Wanqing became more and more outrageous as he spoke. Xie Yuxin quickly denied it and said, you are lonely, so don't take me with you. Yes, you are not lonely, you are a workaholic. Zhu Wanqing looked at Lu Ming again. By the way, Lu Ming, I have another question for you. Do you have a girlfriend? No, I'm the same as Boss Xia, I've been single since birth. So what kind of girl do you like? I'll introduce one to you. Well, I don't know. Anyway, we get along well. So what do you think of Xingxin? Lu Ming immediately looked at Xie Yuxin, not knowing how to answer. Hey, Wanqing, you silly girl, you're never going to stop talking. You're drunk. Go to bed. Xie Yuxin dragged her directly to the bedroom. Lu Ming was also afraid that Xie Yuxin would be embarrassed, so he quickly said, Boss Xia, I'm a little drunk too, so I'll go back first. That's fine. Xie Yuxin quickly agreed. Hey, Lu Ming, don't leave, let's continue drinking. Zhu Wanqing wasn't satisfied yet. No more, I'm drunk. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he opened the door and went back. This time Xie Yuxin ignored Zhu Wanqing and sat back at the dining table. You're such a big mouth, what are you talking about in front of others? It's so embarrassing. Why are you embarrassed? I'm just bringing you together. You're not a matchmaker. You're still single yourself. Xingxing, you are such a jerk. I'm your matchmaker, but you're making fun of me. Just wait and see how I'm going to deal with you. In room 303, the only sound was the laughter of two women. Chapter 12 Promotion to Fund Manager. The next day, Xie Yuxin and Zhu Wanqing slept until noon. Because Zhu Wanqing had an important meeting, she left early in the afternoon. The originally lively room became quiet. But Xie Yuxin is a little depressed now. Because although Zhu Wanqing left, their husky cub stayed. At this moment, the big fat orange peel had a sad look in his eyes. He had been on a hunger strike since last night. Xie Yuxin knew that Peepee had always been somewhat resistant to foreign creatures, but she didn't expect that he would react so strongly to their husky cub. Seeing Pippi like this, Xie Yuxing felt very distressed. During the years when she studied abroad, Pippi always accompanied her. So she has very deep feelings for Pippi. It seems that their husky puppy must be given away and cannot be kept at home any longer. If this goes on, Pippi will go on a hunger strike. Who can I give it to? Xie Yuxing was in a dilemma as she had just started working at the company and didn't have any close friends. The only person he was most familiar with was his assistant, Li Xiaoya, who had returned with him from abroad. But Li Xiaoya is allergic to animal hair, so we definitely can't give the pet to her. Then besides Li Xiaoya, who is the most familiar person in the company? Xie Yuxing thought of Lu Ming. It was him. They were drinking together last night. She suddenly felt that leaving the husky to Lu Ming to take care of was a good choice, and since he lived across the street, she could see him often. Xie Yuxing immediately picked up Xiao Har and went to knock on Lu Ming's door. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Ming came to open the door wrapped in a bath towel. He drank last night, came back and played games all night, and slept until noon. He just got up and took a shower. When Xie Yuxing saw that he was shirtless, she immediately turned her head away out of embarrassment. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? I'm not naked, I was just taking a shower. I have something to discuss with you. Okay, come in, I'll go change my clothes. Lu Ming returned to the bedroom, changed into shorts and a t-shirt and walked out. At this moment, Xie Yuxing was holding the husky and playing with it on the sofa. Boss Xie, what's the matter? Lu Ming, as you know, this husky was given to me by Wan Qing. But my dog Pippi is very resistant to foreign creatures and has been on a hunger strike since last night. So I thought I might as well give this little husky to you. Give it to me. No, Mr. Xie, I can't afford it. Lu Ming shook his head instinctively. Why can't you keep it? You're all alone, and it's just right for you to keep it company. Xie Yuxing let go of Xiao Har, and Xiao Har excitedly ran to Lu Ming's feet. Boss Xie, you see, I'm just a trader. You know how much I earn. It's barely enough to support myself, and I've never raised this thing. More importantly, this is a husky, a house demolition maniac, the director of the demolition office. I rent this house, and the furniture and appliances all belong to the landlord. If it is demolished, I will be miserable. What Lu Ming said was true. Xie Yuxing said, Lu Ming, don't worry, this little husky's parents have good genes, they shouldn't destroy the house. Boss Xie, look, it's being dismantled. Lu Ming suddenly pointed. Xie Yuxing looked down and saw Xiao Har biting the table leg excitedly. Lu Ming quickly picked up her. Boss Xie, please take it back and give it to someone else. Lu Ming. You can't just watch it destroy your house. It can also bring you happiness. Just keep it. No. Just keep it. No. You raise it. No. Lu Ming shook his head mercilessly. For some reason, Xie Yuxing suddenly became angry. As a president, she has never begged anyone like this. Bang. Xie Yuxing slammed the table and said, Lu Ming, you are a grown man, why are you so hesitant? What's wrong with raising a husky? It's just demolishing the house. Look how scared you are. As long as you keep it, I'll reimburse you for anything it breaks down and replace it with a new one. Isn't that enough? Xie Yuxing said angrily. Mr. Xie, are you serious? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Xie Yuxing nodded and said, I'm serious. I'll reimburse you for whatever you demolished, and I'll replace it for you. If the landlord causes you trouble, I'll solve it. How about that? Well, how about this, Mr. Xie? How about you also pay for its dog food? Lu Ming said cunningly. You're so stingy. Okay, no problem. I'll reimburse you for the dog food too. Okay. I'll raise it. Lu Ming immediately hugged her, kissed him several times, and said, Hey, son of a bitch, I will be your father from now on. Xie Yuxing was speechless for a while. Then she brought over some dog food that Zhu Wanqing had brought, as well as the dog box. Eat this brand of dog food first, and then don't bathe it for a month. Yeah, okay. Lu Ming thought that he would be too lazy to wash it in another month or two. After Xie Yuxing finished explaining, he opened the door and prepared to go back. Oh. Xiao Har still wants to run after him. Lu Ming held it down and said, You son of a bitch, your mommy doesn't want you anymore. You have to stay with your daddy from now on. Xie Yuxing staggered and almost fell to the ground. In the following days, Lu Ming's performance in the trader competition continued to be steady. Of course, he adopted a more low-key and stable strategy, and he did not need to trade and change stocks so frequently. Because Xiao Feiyang couldn't catch up at all now. A month passed quickly. Lu Ming firmly sits at the top of the list, with his account funds already reaching 1.8 million. Looking at Xiao Feiyang, who ranks second, his account balance is only 1.3 million, a shortfall of 500,000. On the day the trading competition ended, the whole company was in an uproar. Lu Ming became famous in one battle. 1 million capital and 800,000 profit. What does this mean? Profit of 80% in just 1 month. This result is really incredible. Who would have known that this was the result of Lu Ming's low profile? And Xiao Feiyang suddenly became the object of everyone's ridicule. In fact, his trading performance was also very good, but he laughed at others before the competition and was ruthlessly slapped in the face. This was the fundamental reason why he was ridiculed. Finally, the company's Trader Trading Competition Awards were announced. Lu Ming was promoted from trader to fund manager of the Securities Investment Department and received a bonus of 100,000 yuan. At the same time, he also got a chance to participate in the system lottery. Xiao Feiyang and the third place were all transferred to the research department and became trainee analysts. Of course, when Dong Xiaojie and Zhang Xiaoman went to find Xiao Feiyang and asked him to keep his promise and kneel down in front of the company to apologize, this guy chose to cheat. In the end, I just apologized in the company's employee group. In fact, Lu Ming had already guessed this result. In addition, under Lu Ming's suggestion, Cheng Mingyuan sold Thunder Technology at a loss and chose to buy liquor stocks, withdrawing in time to avoid huge losses. For this, Cheng Mingyuan was still very grateful to Lu Ming. Chapter 13: Taking over the mess. That afternoon, an investment research meeting was held in the conference room on the third floor of Juying Capital. The investment research meeting is a meeting that the company holds basically once a month, and all fund managers are required to attend. Since Lu Ming has been promoted to fund manager, he also has to participate. Come on, Xiaolu, bring your teacup, this kind of meeting can last for several hours. Cheng Mingyuan gave a reminder. Yeah, okay. Lu Ming brought a water cup. Cheng Mingyuan suddenly asked, by the way, are you ready? Prepare? Prepare for what? Prepare for a speech. Lu Ming's face suddenly turned black, and he said, I'm going to give a speech. Cheng Mingyuan nodded and said, that's right. According to the company's rules, new fund managers must talk about their research and ideas on investment. I'm not prepared. It's okay if you're not prepared. You can just talk about it casually. The two of them came to the meeting room chatting and laughing. At this time, there were already quite a few people sitting in the conference room, including the Securities Investment Department, as well as foreign exchange, futures and other investment departments. Sitting in the front of the conference room were company executives, such as Vice President Ji Yu Hongfei and Investment Director Guo Rui. For example, Chen Yuwei, manager of the Securities Investment Department, Fu Jingluan, manager of the Foreign Exchange Investment Department, and Yang Xuelin, manager of the Futures Investment Department. Because Lu Ming performed outstandingly in the trader trading competition, many fund managers took the initiative to greet him when he came to the conference room. He and Cheng Mingyuan sat down in the back. Xiaolu, you should keep a low profile recently, especially in front of Guo Rui. Cheng Mingyuan muttered softly. Manager, I understand. Lu Ming naturally knew that his fund manager position originally belonged to Guo Rui's apprentice Xiao Feiyang, and now that it was taken away by him, Guo Rui must be unhappy. Cheng Mingyuan smiled and said, Hey, Xiaolu, call me Lao Cheng from now on. Now you are the same as me. Lu Ming was not polite either. Okay, old Cheng, but in my heart, you will always be the leader in the investment industry. Cheng Mingyuan almost floated up from the flattery. At 3:50, President Xie Yuxing and Assistant Li Xiaoyar came to the meeting room. Swish. The conference room immediately fell silent. Unexpectedly, Xie Yuxing sat down without saying a word, but just glanced coldly at everyone in the conference room, which made everyone feel scared. A minute later, Xie Yuxing suddenly threw the folder in his hand onto the table. Par. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming thought to himself, damn, this is the president, so fucking majestic. Xie Yuxing said coldly, Zhao Biao from the Securities Investment Department, stand up. The next moment, Zhao Biao, who was sitting in the middle position, stood up. Xie Yuxing asked angrily, how do you operate the market, sure when number 5? Do you use your toes to operate it? Or are you blinded by lard? I'm sorry, Mr. Xie. Zhao Biao lowered his head immediately. The Stable Win series is a one-year fixed-term stable financial product launched by Zhuyin Capital. Since its launch, its yield has been around 20% for 4 consecutive years. Because this series was a huge success and became a star-level product, we launched the Win number 5 last year. Relying on the brand effect and reputation of number 14, winning number 5 quickly raised 20 million. Originally, I was sure to win with number 5, but the redemption period was only a month and a half away. But just half a month ago, when number 5 suddenly began to plummet, and as of today it has fallen by about 50%. No wonder Xie Yuxing was angry. If the redemption period of Win number 5 arrives, how do we explain this result to our financial management clients? Although the risk of financial management is borne by the customer, doing so will undoubtedly damage the signature product of the Sure Win series. Once you lose the trust of your customers, how can you conduct your future business? This is also a huge negative impact on Zhuyin Capital. Lu Ming asked curiously, Old Cheng, what happened to Zhao Biao? Why did the stock drop so much in just half a month? This guy bought the Hong Kong stock, Zhumaihao Holdings, but it plummeted half a month ago. Cheng Mingyuan came over and explained in a low voice. Lu Ming immediately understood that Hong Kong stocks are different from shares in that there is no limit on the rise and fall, so it is normal for the stock market to fall so much in a short period of time. Xie Yuxing said coldly, I'm sorry. Do you think this is a child's play? Can an apology make up for the loss you have caused to the company? I seriously doubt your ability to operate the company. You pack up your things and get out now. President Xie, the company can't do this to me. When Zhao Biao heard that he was fired, he panicked. Investment Director Guo Rui's face also changed, and he quickly said, Boss Xie, Lao Jia just made a market misjudgment. There is no need to fire him, right? Yes, Mr. Xie, our fund managers are not 100% profitable. Lao Jia's business performance 2 years ago was still very good. Chen Yue, the manager of the Securities Investment Department, also stood up to plead for mercy. Lu Ming knew that Zhao Biao was promoted by Guo Rui, so it was expected that he would stand up and plead for him. Xie Yuxing said coldly, market misjudgment. What kind of financial product is the Win series? Zhao Biao did not strictly manage the risk control of fund transactions. When Zhumaihao plummeted, they did not try to stop the decline, but instead sold other products and made a desperate effort to increase their holdings in Zhumaihao. What kind of behavior is this? Is this financial management? This is gambling. The conference room exploded. Really? This level of operation is really worrying. Go for broke? What a joke! Is this what a fund manager would do? If this operation gets out, won't our peers laugh at us? Everyone was talking about it, and Guo Rui and Chen Yue were speechless. Finally, Zhao Biao packed up and left the meeting room. Chen Yue asked, Mr. Xie, if Lao Jia leaves, what will happen to their Win number 5 product? Who will take over? Boss Jiu, what do you mean? Xie Yuxing looked at Vice President Jiu Hongfei. Jiu Hongfei, the old fox, smiled and said, why not let Lao Chen recommend someone? Chen Yue was a little speechless and said, I'm afraid managers number 1 won't work. Everyone has limited energy. As for number 5, we should find someone who can turn the tide for this stall. Then the meeting room fell silent. Xie Yuxing frowned. This was indeed a difficult problem. After all, number 5 is now a mess and no one is willing to take it over. Once the redemption period arrives, the fund manager becomes the scapegoat and will probably be scolded to death. Let me ask you, who is willing to take over in this situation? Investment Director Guo Rui suddenly smiled and said, everyone here basically has their own trading business and is too busy to handle everything. If we are to find someone who can turn the tide in the short term, there is a very suitable candidate. Lu Ming from the Securities Department has just been promoted to fund manager. He has not been assigned new business yet. And according to the trader competition, his monthly return rate is as high as 50%. I believe Lu Ming can definitely save winning number 5. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Lu Ming. Chapter 14 Warm like a girlfriend. Lu Ming was stunned. My goodness, this Guo Rui is so shameless. Everyone knows that this is a mess, and that I am the one who will be blamed and scolded. Now Guo Rui just wants me to take the blame. How vicious. After hearing this, Xie Yushin frowned. Mr. Guo, Lu Ming is not suitable. He has just been promoted to fund manager. According to the company's regulations and past practices, the amount of funds he should manage should not exceed 1 million. Cheng Mingyuan spoke for Lu Ming first. This is not just the rule of Juyin Capital, but also the rule of the entire financial industry. The trading quota will only be increased after new traders have experience and achievements. But Guo Rui said, hey, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Our company must give young people a chance. That's right. Lu Ming stood out in the trading competition. His achievements are obvious to all. He didn't cheat. Would he stop trading if the virtual funds became real? Chen Yue also followed suit. It is obvious that Chen Yue and Guo Rui are in the same boat. Xie Yushin was a little angry. These two old guys were so shameless to use this opportunity to bully a newcomer. Lu Ming is not suitable. Let's recommend someone else. She simply shook her head. Oh, if President Xie doesn't agree, then I don't have any good candidates. Guo Rui spread his hands, looking as if he was giving up. Xie Yushin looked at Vice President Jiyu Hongfei, but Jiyu Hongfei did not respond or express his opinion. Lu Ming had figured out what was going on in today's meeting. Xie Yushin had just arrived, and these old guys would be difficult to manage. It's really difficult for the female devil to face such a group of shameless and cunning old foxes. Ding, system task released, take over winning number 5 and turn losses into profits. Reward for completing the mission, 1 lucky draw. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he stood up without hesitation. Boss Xie, I am willing to take over win number 5. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Cheng Mingyuan was startled and quickly pulled at the corner of Lu Ming's clothes, but Lu Ming remained unmoved. Lu Ming, sit down. Even though the current floating loss of win number 5 is huge, it is still a 10 million plate. You have too little experience now and are not suitable for it. Xie Yushin immediately said seriously. Lu Ming naturally knew that Xie Yushin was protecting himself. But for others, this is indeed a mess, but for me, it is an opportunity, not to mention that I can complete the system task. Otherwise, even if he had the system, he would still have to start from 1 million plates. Now, we can directly manage a large-scale business worth tens of millions. Lu Ming, I asked you to sit down. Xie Yushin glared at him with some disappointment. Guo Rui quickly said, Boss Xie, Lu Ming is really full of fighting spirit. I think we can let him have a try. That's right, I think Lu Ming is the investment genius that our company rarely sees in 1,000 years. Chen Yue couldn't help but praise. Boss Xie, since the young man is so motivated, why don't you give him a chance? Try it for a few days first, and if it doesn't work, tear it down. Vice President Jiyu Hongfei also spoke up to express his opinion. The next moment, managers from several other investment departments also expressed their agreement. Xie Yushin was completely speechless and could only grit his teeth and said, Okay, Lu Ming, then you give it a try. Manager Chen, arrange 2 assistants for Lu Ming. No problem. Chen Yue agreed readily. The meeting continued with some research and analysis on the investment industry, stocks, foreign exchange, and futures. It was just as Cheng Mingyuan said, it lasted for several hours and ended at 6:30. The meeting was over, and Lu Ming packed up and left work. While on the way, he suddenly received a WeChat message from Xie Yushin. A silly little orange, Lu Ming, go home and prepare dinner for me. Wow, look at what she said, so warm like a girlfriend. But from the 3 exclamation marks at the end, Lu Ming had already sensed Xie Yushin's anger. This must be a matter of reckoning with myself. It's just to settle the bill, why do you want to eat for free? Lu Ming shrugged. Since he dared to take over the shore when number 5, he was naturally mentally prepared. So he replied. Ahmad Bool, got it. When he got home, before he opened the door, he heard the sound of someone pulling on the door. Fuck, Hama, are you grinding your teeth again? Lu Ming walked into the room and saw a leg of the dining table, half of which had been bitten off. Ever since he raised this husky, one day he said to their husky, what are you laughing at? Unexpectedly, the husky jumped up excitedly and wagged its tail. Anyway, it was extremely happy when it heard the word hammer. So Lu Ming gave it a name, Hammer. This hammer has recently entered a crazy teething period, so the dining table is in bad luck. The dining table is now shaky and I'm afraid it won't be long before it becomes a three-legged table. Lu Ming was not angry at all about her hammer's behavior of destroying the house, and he accepted it with pleasure. Anyway, with the devil Xie Yuxing backing me up, there's nothing to be afraid of. It won't be long before he can move to a new dining table. Hammer, bite this dining chair properly again. Let the devil lady replace it with a new one. We have to get a new one, right? Lu Ming patted the dog's head to encourage it. Oh. Hammer was obviously unhappy with his master's behavior. It's clearly a hobby, but now the owner has turned it into a job. Who would be willing to do that? So Hammer roared angrily and went for Lu Ming's shoes. Alpaca. Damn it. These shoes of mine are from Urk, a famous brand, get out of here. Lu Ming pushed him away with one foot and went to the kitchen to cook. At 8 o'clock, Lu Ming heard the sound of the door opposite being unlocked. At 8:10, there was a knock on his door. Hey, President Xie, you're back. Get out of the way. Lu Ming turned aside, and Xie Yuxing walked into the room in a familiar manner. Then she sat on the sofa and glared at him angrily. Is the meal ready? It's done. Lu Ming wisely went to the kitchen and brought up the dishes and rice. Huh? Why are they all vegetarian? Xie Yuxing came to the table and sat down in a daze. One dish of spicy and sour potato shreds, one dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and one dish of cold cucumber salad. Lu Ming rolled his eyes. Damn, this devil girl picked him for free. Boss, eating meat every day is too much for a grassroots employee like me. Besides, I have to work overtime and attend a meeting today, so I don't have time to go to the vegetable market. You're so stingy. I just want 5 dinners a week. Lu Ming thought to himself, how could he have the nerve to say such a thing? How about this, boss? If you really think my food is delicious, why don't you just stop eating it for free? You pay for the food, I do the labor, and we can eat together. How do you think that is? Okay, how much is it per day? I'll transfer 1 month's payment to you first. Lu Ming grinned, thinking that rich people always speak straightforwardly, so he wouldn't be polite either. Not much, 500 yuan a day is enough. Chapter 15. Are you blackmailing me? Xie Yuxing took a bite of shredded potatoes and glared at him coldly when he heard 500 a day. Okay, Lu Ming, we agreed to eat together, but you want to make a fortune from me. Har har, boss, I'm just kidding you, 200 will be fine. Lu Ming started to laugh. Xie Yuxing raised her eyebrows. Hey? Boss, this is not much. Think about how expensive pork is now. You want to eat some ribs, do you know how much a serving of ribs costs? And if you want to eat some fish? 200 is really not much. All right then. Xie Yuxing thought about it and agreed. Lu Ming was overjoyed and set a small goal to eat vegetarian food for a month. That's fine. I also have a request. I must have 2 dishes and 1 soup every day, both meat and vegetables. That's no problem, boss. Transfer the money quickly. Look how anxious you are. Xie Yuxing picked up the phone and transferred 6,000 yuan to Lu Ming. Boss, don't we pay 1 and pay 3? I think you want to rebel. Har har, that's fine, the boss is not short of money, just pay it once a month. Lu Ming quickly clicked to receive. After the meal, Xie Yuxing stared at him coldly. Boss, come on, don't be so tense, just say whatever you want to say. Lu Ming, you are quite courageous. You just became a fund manager and you dare to manage a multi-million-dollar plate. It's not that I'm upset when I see a bunch of old men bullying you. Lu Ming flattered first. Xie Yuxing said angrily, oh, so you are doing this for me? What? You saw the boss was being bullied, so you came to his aid, or you are a hero saving a beautiful woman. Boss, how could you possibly need my help? I know you can handle it, but I'm not happy with those old foxes praising me, especially the old guy named Gua. You know they are deliberately praising you to death, so why are you still rushing forward? Are you stupid? Do you think you are a hero? Boss, I know you stopped me to protect me, but I think a crisis is a danger to others, but it may be an opportunity for me. Opportunity? Wow, great, Lu Ming, I really underestimated you. It turns out there is a little buffet here. Boss, since it's already like this, just let me try. Lu Ming thought, what's wrong with Buffett, does he have a system? Xie Yushin was helpless. She pondered for a moment and said, Lu Ming, I think you may have been wrong this time. They are actually targeting me. Against. Lu Ming was stunned. But don't be too stressed. I'll research a few stocks and tell you later. Xie Yushin said again. Lu Ming was a little surprised. It seemed that the evil woman still had some humanity and wanted to help him. By the way, boss, Hammer is running out of dog food. I need you to buy some more. No more dog food. Well, there's only a little left. So Xie Yushin picked up her phone again and opened her best friend Zhu Wanqing's WeChat. A silly little orange, Wanqing, Hammer's dog food is running out, please send some over. Sexy is not a crime, Hammer. A little silly orange, I forgot to tell you, Xiaohar was given to Lu Ming to raise, and he named Xiaohar. Sexy is not a sin, wow, Xingxing, you are so good at it. A little silly orange? Sexy is not a sin, Lu Ming was tied up tightly with Xiaohar. A silly little orange, go to hell, what a mess. Sexy is not a sin, har, I will place an order for dog food for you right away and send it to you. I asked Wanqing to buy it and send it over. It should arrive in the next 2 days. Xie Yushin said to Lu Ming after the conversation. Lu Ming was stunned. Well, it turned out that Zhu Wanqing was the one who provided the dog with love in the end. By the way, boss, look at the legs of the dining table. You still say that hammers don't tear down homes. Xie Yushin took a look and said in surprise, you're already destroying the house at such a young age. Yes, this dining table leg may not be saved. Boss, do you think we should go to the furniture market this weekend to have some shopping? Lu Ming asked tentatively. Okay, Lu Ming, you are so brave, are you trying to extort money? Xie Yushin is not stupid either. Hey, boss, what you said is not right. When I adopted Hammer, you promised me that if he damaged the furniture, you would replace it with a new one. I did say that, but the dining table isn't broken yet, why are you in such a hurry? Xie Yushin glared at him, then stood up and said, I'm going back. Bang. After she left, Lu Ming picked up her with a smile. Hammer, please work harder recently. The progress of replacing the new dining table depends on you. R. The Hammer struggled in his arms, as if in protest. The next day, Lu Ming took over Win number 5 and had his own office. He sat at his desk and ground a cup of coffee. I have to say that the fund manager's chairs are of a higher grade and are really comfortable to sit on. In the circle of financial companies, the hierarchy of the workplace is very obvious. For example, the seats for grassroots employees are all ordinary lift seats, while the seats for fund managers are boss chairs. Fund managers and investment department managers have top-notch computers, specially supplied tea and coffee beans, and receive a consumption card every month. If you are promoted to the senior management level of investment director, the company will provide you with a private driver, and you can also go to several fixed hotels and clubs and sign the bills directly. That's the privilege. Lu Ming grinned. With the golden finger in hand, these were not far away. Chen Yuwei had originally promised to arrange 2 assistants for Lu Ming, but he deliberately delayed the matter. Lu Ming knew that this old fox did it on purpose. It seems that just as Xie Yushin said, these people are deliberately targeting her. Xie Yushin has just taken office. During this critical period, if the price of Win number 5 plummets during the redemption period, it will inevitably bring about huge negative impact. This was undoubtedly fatal to Xie Yushin's career. Even Lu Ming was still doubting that Jia Biao had bought the G share, Zhu Meihao, and significantly increased his holdings when the stock price plummeted, betting everything on it. This is a complete taboo for a trader. But is Jia Biao a fool? Obviously not. So why did he do that? When Lu Ming thought of this, his pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be that Jia Biao was being directed by someone behind the scenes? Would Jia Biao do such a self-destructive behavior if there were no huge benefits? So who drove him to do this? Lu Ming thought about it and realized that in Juyin Capital, there were probably only 2 people who could make Jia Biao do this. One is investment director Guo Rui, and the other is deputy general manager Jiu Hongfei. Among them, Jiu Hongfei is the most suspicious. Because before Xie Yushin was parachuted in, the person most likely to be promoted to president was Ji Hongfei. Unexpectedly, Xie Yuxin showed up out of nowhere, and one can imagine how Ji Hongfei felt. Wu Rui is also a possibility, because Zhe Biao was promoted by the top leader and is considered a direct descendant. Lu Ming thought of this and smiled helplessly. Damn, this is the workplace. Chapter 16. The president is also slacking off. Lu Ming took a sip of coffee. As I thought about it, a dark picture of workplace intrigue emerged. Since Qian Yue did not provide himself with an assistant or a trader, he now acts as a trader himself. Then he turned on his computer, logged into the trading platform, and clicked on the G-share page. G-shares are different from A-shares in that their trading model is T+0 model, which means that they can be bought and sold on the same day, but the settlement is T+2. In addition, there is no limit on the price fluctuation of G-shares, so some monster stocks will appear. For example, a 90% surge or a 90% plunge in one day can happen. This kind of rule is more difficult for traders. According to past practice, Lu Ming might have to wait for a year or two before he could get his hands on G-shares. Now, for him, it's not opportunity. He immediately opened the G-share, Zhu Meihao, the stock that caused the Wanying No. 5 fund to lose money, and then started the system prediction. Zhu Meihao Holdings, today's rise or fall is 2%, the trend in the next 5 days is 5%, the trend in the next 15 days is 6%, the trend in the next 30 days is 11%, and the trend in the next 90 days is 15%. Lu Ming felt a little embarrassed. This junk stock would continue to fall in the next month. Currently, a large amount of funds of the steady win No. 5 are lying here, and we have to cut our losses. There is no other way. He then began to scan and predict other G stocks. There is no other way. There is only 1 month left. It is most convenient to use G shares to turn the situation around. Royal Sun Global, today's ups and downs are 30%, the trend in the next 5 days is 15%, the trend in the next 15 days is 10%, and the trend in the next 30 days is 37%. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This G stock is so cool. Rongchen Global will rise sharply today, and then fall. However, it will turn around to 37% by the end of the month. Who could have thought of this? That's how the stock market works. It falls when you think it's going up, and then rises again after you sell your losses. You are always worried that the market will not come, and you are also worried that it will come randomly. Dafeng Digital, today's ups and downs 15%, the trend in the next 5 days is 35%, the trend in the next 15 days is 28%, and the trend in the next 30 days is 39%. Lu Ming found another good stock and added it to his watch list. Even though he could put a large sum of money at stake now, that would be too high profile. Moreover, in the eyes of others, that is still a gambler's style. What is the difference between it and Zhe Biao's desperate behavior? So Lu Ming's strategy is that the stocks he buys may rise or fall, but overall, they are still profitable. What is this called in the industry? Risk hedging. So on the first day, Lu Ming sold all his stocks at a loss when Zhu Meihao rebounded by 2 points. The total remaining funds of Win No. 5 are more than 10 million. Soon, he used all the more than 10 million to buy 10 stocks. However, under Lu Ming's control, the performance on the first day did not explode, and several stocks even fell a lot. When it was almost time to get off work, Lu Ming received a WeChat message from Xie Yuxin. A silly little orange, don't leave after get off work. A crazy bull, what? A silly little orange, if you have anything to say, come to my office at 6 o'clock. Lu Ming was speechless for a while. He could only wait until 6 o'clock and go to the president's office. At this time, most companies have gone off work. Boom boom boom. Come in. Lu Ming then pushed the door and walked into the president's office. At this time, Xie Yuxin was sitting in front of the computer working seriously. Just sit there and wait for me. Lu Ming nodded and walked to the sofa next to him and sat down. He originally thought that Xie Yuxin was busy with something important, but he suddenly saw Xie Yuxin's left hand on the A, W, and D keys of the keyboard. Hey! Lu Ming walked up to take a look at the computer and found that Xie Yuxin was not working but actually in a team battle. Oh my god! Boss, I thought you were working hard, but it turns out you were playing games. What a fuss! Xie Yuxin glared at him. How can I not be surprised? You are the president of the company, and you are also slacking off. It's time to get off work now. The president is also a human being. Why can't I play games? TSK, boss, but I think your skills are not good enough. You play the stone man, why don't you play the support properly? Why don't you play top lane? Lu Ming couldn't help but complain. This is what Wan Qing just taught me. What? Are you good at it? I understand a little bit. Xie Yusheng nodded and said, that's fine. Next time, call Wanqing and we'll play together and let me see it. No problem. Lu Ming agreed readily. Let's not play for now. Then Xie Yusheng put down the mouse, paused the game, and hung up. Lu Ming thought to himself, this guy is a jerk, he has no taste in playing games. This is for you. Xie Yusheng took out a printed document from the drawer. Lu Ming took it and looked at it. There were some stock codes and some stock analysis on it. Here are some of the stocks I picked. You can study them. Maybe they will be helpful to you. Boss, no need, I've already picked the stocks. Have you chosen the stocks? What do you mean? I have bought 10 stocks today. What? Xie Yusheng stood up in shock and said, you have already traded, and cleared all your positions in Jumeihao. That's right. So did you buy shares or G shares? G stock. You are crazy, you dare to buy G shares. Xie Yusheng was very angry. Boss, if we want to make up for the losses within a month, G shares are the best choice. Make up for it. Lu Ming, do you think you are Superman? Xie Yusheng undoubtedly thought that Lu Ming was dreaming and slammed the table in anger. Boss, please believe me. I am very confident in my research on individual stocks. That's called conceit. It's a cardinal sin for a dinner plate holder. Did you know that? Xie Yusheng glared at him. Boss, I'll send you my stock holdings list tomorrow, just wait and see. Okay, I want to see what stocks you bought. Boss, you asked me to come to you for this. Xie Yusheng said unhappily, that's all. You can go home now. Okay. Lu Ming quickly ran away. Etc. What else? Xie Yusheng suddenly took out the key from his pocket and said, I have to meet a client tonight, so I might be back a little late. Can you help me feed Peepee? Boss, it's okay for a cat to go hungry, right? Okay, it's okay if you lose a month's salary, right? Lu Ming felt a little embarrassed. This analogy was not appropriate. I had no choice but to take the key and said, okay, I'll feed it for you, okay. By the way, Peepee has a bad temper. Just put the cat food away and don't provoke her, okay? Otherwise, if you get scratched, I won't care. New. Lu Ming thought, it's just a big fat orange cat, how could I be scratched by her? Chapter 17 Don't Peek. After Lu Ming returned home, he waved at Hama, and the silly dog ran over excitedly. Hama, have you been lazy today? I see the legs of this dining table are the same as yesterday. Oh. The Hama hums to express its grievance. I'm telling you, our new dining table depends on you. If you keep being lazy, the dog food will be reduced by half, okay? Oh. Hama protested. When hobbies become work, hobbies become boring, and the same goes for dogs. Okay, let's go. Dad will take you to meet an old friend today. Let's go. Lu Ming snapped his fingers, took the key to Xie Yusheng's house and went out, and Hama followed excitedly. After opening the door of 303, Lu Ming and Hama walked into the room. Huh? Where's the silly cat? Lu Ming put the room key on the entrance cabinet and looked around the room, but did not see the fat cat. Big fat cat, where are you? But there was still no movement. Huh? Lu Ming suddenly turned his head and saw the fat orange peel lying on the refrigerator, staring at him. Har, big fat orange, come down quickly, your grandpa, I'm here to feed you cat food, your mommy has abandoned you. This guy is starting to act mean again. Oh. The orange cat Pippi suddenly howled in dissatisfaction. Woof. 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 After hearing this, Hammer immediately fought back to protect his master. Har. Lu Ming happily touched the dog's head. The dog knew how to protect its master at such a young age. It was a teachable dog. Then he looked for cat food in the room. He forgot to ask the female devil before, and he didn't know where she was hiding. Finally found it under the curtains in the corner of the living room. Come here, big fat cat, it's time to eat. Lu Ming picked up the cat bowl and waved at the fat orange cat. When Fat Orange Peel saw the guy eating, he immediately jumped down. She also knew that this was to feed herself. Lu Ming opened the bag of cat food and scooped out several spoonfuls. Hey, your devil mother seems to love you very much. The cat food she feeds you is all in long strips. It must be very expensive. Pour cat food into the bowl. But Fat Orange Peel looked at Lu Ming as if he were an idiot and didn't eat at all. Hey, eat it. I'm not going to hurt you. Lu Ming scooped another spoonful, perhaps thinking that Fatty Orange Peel didn't have enough. But the big fat cat still stared at him without moving. Just then, Hammer ran over excitedly, as if he wanted to play with the fat cat. Hiss! Suddenly the fat cat hit the hammer several times. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Pippi was so scared that she ran to the door. Lu Ming was a little speechless and said, Hammer, you are a dog. You got spanked by a cat and your butt is pissing. Oh. Suddenly, the fat cat scratched towards Lu Ming again. Grass. Lu Ming jumped up and dodged. Okay, you big fat cat, you are so ungrateful. I fed you and you scratched me. Damn it, bye. Then he left with the hammer. But he did not go home immediately, but went downstairs with the hammer. Because Lu Ming had made Hammer develop the habit of going downstairs to poop during this time. After walking the dog, he went home to cook and eat. It wasn't until 11 o'clock in the evening that there was a knock on my door. Lu Ming knew that it must be Xie Yuxing who came back. He opened the door and sure enough, Xie Yuxing was standing at the door, but her pretty face was slightly red and she reeked of alcohol. Wow, how much alcohol did you drink? I didn't drink much. Xie Yuxing walked into their house leisurely with a smile as beautiful as a flower. Lu Ming quickly supported her, thinking that she hadn't drunk much and was about to fall to the ground. Coming to the sofa, Xie Yuxing lay down directly on it. Silly man, go get me a glass of water. Xie Yuxing pointed at him. Fuck. Lu Ming was a little unhappy. This female devil actually called him a fool. Damn it, I won't get angry with a drunkard. Only then did he pour a glass of water and handed it over. Xie Yuxing took it and drank it all in one gulp. Then he put down the cup and started to unbutton his shirt. Hey, boss, what are you doing? Lu Ming was stunned. What can I do if I take off my clothes? Sleep. Xie Yuxing said in a daze. It's no wonder that this woman was so fast that the wine red color inside was exposed. Hey, boss, please don't test me like this. I can't stand the test. Lu Ming quickly covered his eyes, then opened his hands and looked through the cracks in his fingers. At this moment, I suddenly saw Xie Yuxing trying to unzip his jeans. Oh shit. If I go on like this, although I can feast my eyes, I won't be able to explain it tomorrow. That would be terrible. This female devil might as well skin herself. I said, Mr. President, I'll take you back to your home, you're drunk. Lu Ming hurriedly went to look for the key to the devil's house. It's broken. He suddenly remembered that he left the key on the entrance cabinet when he went to feed the fat cat. Then when he came back he closed the door and forgot to take the key. What the hell? Lu Ming slapped his forehead, wondering what to do. At this moment, Xie Yuxing stopped moving his hands. It seems that I can only let the female devil stay in my house for one night. Lu Ming carried Xie Yuxing directly to the bedroom and threw her onto the bed. But when I looked down, I happened to see a hint of wine red. What the hell? Don't look at anything indecent. Don't look at anything indecent. But my eyes are not listening to me, what should I do? How about molesting me for a minute first? Forget it, saving your life is more important. Lu Ming held his breath and left the bedroom. The next day, 6 in the morning. Xie Yuxing opened her eyes. Her long-term biological clock had made her develop the habit of waking up on time. Aha! She stretched and sat up. Huh! She suddenly realized that this was a strange house. Xie Yuxing tried hard to recall what happened last night. After she returned home, she first came to Lu Ming to get the key. Then it seemed that he asked Lu Ming to pour him a glass of water. She had no memory of what happened afterwards. She had a total blackout. She quickly looked down and although her clothes and pants were still there, several buttons on her shirt were undone and the zipper of her jeans was open. Xie Yuxing's beautiful eyes jumped. Could it be that Lu Ming had done something to her? When she thought of this, she took a deep breath and became furious. She quickly put her clothes in order and walked out of the bedroom. At this moment, Lu Ming was lying on the sofa in the living room and sleeping soundly. Lu Ming, get up. Xie Yusheng walked forward, grabbed the blanket that Lu Ming was covering himself with and tore it off. Huh! She was stunned. Because Lu Ming is wearing the emperor's new clothes. Oops! Xie Yusheng immediately covered her face in shame. Oh! Her hammer ran over excitedly to watch the fun. Boss, what are you doing? Lu Ming was awakened and quickly covered himself with the quilt. You exhibitionist, why don't you wear any clothes when you sleep? Nonsense, what should I wear to sleep? Put it on for me quickly. Okay, boss, don't peek. These words made Xie Yusheng speechless. Well, who wants to see that thing of yours? Chapter 18. You confessed to me last night. Lu Ming put on his clothes, yawned, and said, Boss, you woke up early enough. Lu Ming, tell me the truth, what did you do to me? Xie Yusheng asked angrily. What did I do to you? I didn't do anything. Then why am I sleeping in your house? You came back drunk last night, and I wanted to send you back to your own house, but I locked your key in the house when I was feeding the dog food, so I let you sleep at my place. I slept here with you, so how come the buttons of my clothes were undone? Xie Yusheng asked with some difficulty. Lu Ming instantly thought of the wine-red scene last night. It was truly unforgettable. But he would never admit that he had seen it, otherwise he would be dead. Lu Ming said calmly, How should I know? You were drunk and fell asleep on the sofa, so I carried you to the bed in the bedroom. Real? Xie Yusheng raised her eyebrows. Lu Ming immediately got angry and said, What's the matter, boss? You are just a little pretty, but you can't look down on me, right? Think about it, given your state last night, if I really wanted to do something secretly, would I leave evidence for you after I was done? Would I be stupid? Xie Yusheng thought about it and realized that maybe he had unbuttoned all those buttons himself. She really doesn't like being restrained when sleeping. Okay, I'm being petty. I didn't say anything nonsense when I was drunk last night, did I? Yes. Huh? What did I say? Boss, you confessed to me last night. You said you had a crush on me and liked me. Roll. Xie Yusheng glared at him. She didn't believe what he said at all. Boss, what client did you meet last night? You were so drunk. Do you know the U Group? The U Group that sells air conditioners. That's right. Xie Yusheng said, I went to see Yuan Pei, the eldest daughter of the old man of the Yu family. It is said that they are looking for a private equity institution to specialize in family financial management. I understand, boss, you want to bring a big customer to the company. That's right. I just landed at Juyin Capital, so I have to do some impressive work, right? Then, boss, this amount of family financial funds is not a small amount, right? It's none of your business. Just keep winning number 5 and take care of it. After saying this, Xie Yusheng opened the door and prepared to go home. Boss, I locked your key at home. Do you have a spare key? I have another in my pocket. There's still one left. If I had known, I would have flipped through it last night and sent you back home, so I could sleep on the couch for the night. Lu Ming twisted his waist. Unexpectedly, Xie Yusheng returned to room 303, and within a few minutes, I heard her roar. Lu Ming! Soon she came over angrily. Lu Ming asked curiously, What's wrong, boss? Come with me. Xie Yusheng glared at him. So I followed her to 303, only to see Xie Yusheng pointing at the cat bowl and angrily saying, Is this the cat food you feed? Yes. Lu Ming looked puzzled. At this moment, the fat orange cat was lying next to the cat bowl, glaring at him. Are you stupid? Is this cat food? This is cat litter. Xie Yusheng was so angry that he started swearing. Cat litter? Holy shit. I really don't know. Lu Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had never kept a cat before, so he really didn't understand this. He also has a husky named Pee-Pee, and he always goes downstairs to do it when it goes to the bathroom. You idiot. Pee-Pee, tickle him. Xie Yusheng angrily commanded the fat orange. Oh. The big fat orange seemed to have been unable to hold back any longer, and leaped forward and rushed over. Hey, Hama, protect me. Lu Ming flashed and quickly slipped away. That afternoon, Xie Yuxing finished his work and returned to the office and opened the company's office system. I didn't expect to receive a review document, and it was sent by Lu Ming. She opened it and found it was a stock list. Xie Yuxing knew that these were the stocks that Lu Ming bought as a sure win number 5. Then she opened the trading system, entered all the stock codes, and added them to her watch list. Swish! Xie Yuxing immediately noticed that 6 of the stocks had turned green today. Although the other 4 stocks fell today, the decline was not large and had no major impact. This kid is really good. Xie Yuxing couldn't help but praise him, but she didn't know what happened to Lu Ming's holdings. At this moment, she felt that Lu Ming really had a talent for stock picking. Is he really a 1 in a million trader? But even so, Xie Yuxing felt that he had a sure win against number 5. With only 1 month left, the chances of a comeback were almost slim. This is also the reason why Xie Yuxing sought cooperation with U Group. If we can get the U Group family as a big client, it will be a huge amount of financial management funds. For Jueying Capital, it is equivalent to dozens of sure win number 5s. Then she called her assistant Li Xiaoya in. Xiaoya, who is the assistant assigned to Lu Ming by the Securities Investment Department. Xie Yuxing thought of this. Li Xiaoya was stunned and said, "Boss Xie, Manager Lu hasn't assigned an assistant or trader yet." What? Xie Yuxing was stunned and asked, "Didn't they ask Chen Yue to assign 2 assistants to Lu Ming at the meeting that day?" "Yes, Mr. Xie. I just went to ask this morning. I wanted to ask the HR department to put it on record, but Chen Yue said he was still doing the employee's work and that Manager Lu was a newcomer, so no employee was willing to go." Li Xiaoya explained. "No one wants to." Xie Yuxing snorted, "Chen Yue is incompetent. Xiaoya, go get Cheng Mingyuan for me." "Okay, Mr. Xie." Li Xiaoya hurriedly made a phone call. Soon, Lu Ming on the other side was looking at market information. At this time, Dong Xiaojie walked into the office with his personal belongings. "Har har, my dear Manager Lu, did you miss me?" "Fuck, you haven't even finished get off work yet, why are you being so naughty?" Lu Ming rolled his eyes at him. "Oh? Manager Lu, you don't welcome me." "Forget it. I'll take my belongings and leave." "Wait, what are you doing?" "Hey, let me be your assistant." Lu Ming was surprised and asked, "What's going on?" Dong Xiaojie winked, "Hey, Ming, tell me the truth, what is the improper relationship between you and President Xie?" "What nonsense! How could we have an improper relationship?" Lu Ming's words clearly sounded a little guilty, and the wine-red scene from last night came to his mind again. Then why did President Xie take the initiative to find Cheng Yaojin and let me, your right-hand man, help you? It was President Xie who took the initiative to find Cheng Yaojin. Lu Ming really didn't expect that the female devil must have seen his amazing investment ability. Chapter 19. Do you dare to threaten the president? 1 month later, Jueying Capital, Jiu Hongfei's office. "Har har, Mr. Jiu, I have good news for you." Guo Rui sat on the sofa and drank tea. "What good news?" Jiu Hongfei sat at the table, fiddling with his tea set. "The results of the U Group's Family Wealth Management Fund have come out. It has been given to Dingfeng Capital. It is said that this amount of funds is as much as 500 million yuan. Guo Rui shook his head as he spoke. Jiu Hongfei gently picked up the teacup and said, "Dingfeng Capital? I didn't expect this, it's a big deal. Humph, the board of directors let a woman be the president. Isn't this ridiculous? She's the same age as my daughter, and she wants to control me. And what does Xie Yuxing mean? I went to intercede for Xiao Feiyang and became a fund manager, but I didn't expect that she would not give me face. The key point is that she rejected the investment strategy one had formulated before. This is not the end. A few days ago, Zhe Biao was fired. This is a complete slap in my face. Who in the company doesn't know that Zhe Biao is my man? Old Jiu, I wonder how you can just sit there and do nothing. This position of CEO was originally yours." Guo Rui complained indignantly. Jiu Hongfei said, "Hey, Lao Guo, this is the decision of the company's board of directors. What else can we say? Humph, I don't care about the shitty personnel appointments made by the board of directors. The loss of Win-Win number 5 is an unchangeable fact. Now the big client of Yu's group has also gone. I want to see how Xie Yuxing can continue to be the president." Guo Rui became proud when he said this. Although Jiu Hongfei didn't say anything, he was happier than anyone else in his heart. Because once the board of directors removes Xie Yuxing as president, he will have a chance. Boom boom boom. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Then Xiao Feiyang walked in. Boss Jiu, Boss Guo, I just came over from the finance department. That guy named Lu, he. Xiao Feiyang's face turned pale. Guo Rui frowned and asked, what happened to the boy surnamed Lu? Mr. Guo, take a look. Xiao Feiyang handed over the investment report data. Guo Rui took it and saw that it was the investment data of win number 5 for the past half month. What? Guo Rui was shocked and said, all the floating losses of winning number 5 have been recovered, and now the rate of return is 30%. This time Jiu Hongfei was also shocked and snatched the investment report. Xiao Xiao, this data is wrong, right? 30% rate of return? This is higher than the guaranteed win number 14, this is impossible. Guo Rui would never believe it. Xiao Feiyang nodded, Mr. Guo, the finance department was a little skeptical at first, but the win number 5 has been delivered, the fund bill has come out, and the finance department has verified it, and it is correct. The next moment, Guo Rui and Jiu Hongfei looked at each other. I really didn't expect that this kid named Lu is really capable. Jiu Hongfei gritted his teeth. This is impossible. How did he go from a 50% loss to a 30% profit in just 1 month? Guo Rui couldn't believe that even he, an investment director, couldn't achieve such a result. At this time, they finally realized that they had underestimated Lu Ming before. In a short time, Lu Ming's achievements spread throughout the company. At this time, Lu Ming had become the idol of all employees in the company. That afternoon, many employees went to Chen Yue, manager of the securities investment department, and applied to be transferred to become Lu Ming's assistant. Chen Yue was stunned. Because all employees will realize that Lu Ming will soon become a capable warrior that Juyin Capital will focus on training. Lu Ming will definitely become a star trader in the future. Who wouldn't he want to get close to this great man? Ding, system task released. Manage an active short-term financial management fund with a return rate of 50%. Reward for completing the mission, 1 lucky draw. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He didn't expect there would be a new system task. He pondered for a moment and then went to the president's office. When Xie Yuxing saw Lu Ming coming to see her, she felt grateful and surprised. She originally hoped to win the Yusha Group's big client, but she didn't expect to fail at the last critical moment. Xie Yuxing was very depressed. She was still wondering, was she destined to encounter setbacks when she returned to China to work? But unexpectedly, when she returned to the company, she learned the good news. The winning number 5 not only turned losses into profits, but also achieved a profit of 30%. You should know that the Stable Win series focuses on stable financial management, and the 1-year yield of Stable Win number 14 is 15% 20%. Lu Ming won number 5 steadily, and despite the floating loss, he surpassed the first 4. This record is very impressive. At this moment, not only did Lu Ming fight a good battle, he also protected Xie Yuxing's reputation from being damaged. Lu Ming, you did a good job this time. You are indeed a talented trader. Xie Yuxing couldn't help but praise. Hey, boss, the redemption period for winning number 5 has come. With this result, the fundraising period for the next year will start soon, right? I want to apply to increase the funding limit by 20 million. Lu Ming took the initiative to propose. Well, how high do you want to go? Xie Yuxing asked about it and found out that this was basically a routine operation. About 100 million. Lu Ming was being very conservative. Xie Yuxing raised her eyebrows and asked, are you confident? Of course. That's fine. Xie Yuxing agreed readily. She is not a fool. Lu Ming's ability has been proven. Lu Ming continued, thank you, boss. There is one more thing. I want to issue my own trading fund. A new fund? Yes, a short-term stock investment fund. I have already thought of the name Yeying. The first round of fundraising is 100 million yuan. Monthly wins. 1 month. So short. No way. Xie Yuxing simply shook his head. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and said, boss, why not? The cycle is 1 month, but for investment clients, they just have multiple redemption periods every month. I believe that as long as there is a profit, they will keep the funds indefinitely for rotation. For such a short-term financial management, only bank-based financial management, time deposits, and bonds are available. There is no such short-term stock fund. I don't agree with it. Xie Yuxing directly objected. In fact, for private equity institutions, a large part of their profits comes from charging clients management fees. The longer the client's funds are invested, the more management fees will naturally be earned. Therefore, most financial management companies do not like customers to redeem their funds frequently. Boss Xie, if you don't agree, then I can only resign and switch to the company. Lu Ming looked smug. You are so bad, Lu Ming. How dare you threaten the CEO? You are really rebelling. Xie Yuxing glared with her beautiful eyes. Boss, that's right, I am a threat. For short-term financial management for 1 month, what rate of return can you guarantee? At least 30% a month. Okay then. I promise you, if you can't do it, the fund will be cancelled. Xie Yuxing gritted his teeth and agreed. Lu Ming was immediately delighted, and then asked, by the way, boss, can you pay the salary on time this afternoon? Chapter 20. The female devil also wants to woo you? Xie Yuxing said unhappily, I'm the president, not the finance department. I don't know why you have no money to spend. I won 100,000 yuan in prize money from the trading competition last month, plus the commission bonus from winning number 5, it's also a large sum. Several good colleagues of Dong Xiaojie have urged me to treat us to a meal at the hotel tonight. Lu Ming grinned. Winning number 5, with a principal of 20 million and a rate of return of 30%, the profit is 6 million. After deducting 10% management fee, the remaining distributable profit is 5.4 million. Xie Yuxing just raised the trader's commission to 20%, so Lu Ming could get a commission of 1.08 million. Adding the 100,000 yuan prize for the trader competition, Lu Ming's prize money alone amounted to 1.18 million yuan. All in all, you can get more than 800,000 after tax. Xie Yuxing smiled and nodded, you have such a big bonus, you should treat us. Boss, how about you come along tonight? Tomorrow is Saturday anyway. Me too. Forget it. If I go, can you guys have fun? Boss, look at what you said. I think you should go. Think about it, you just started working in the company, you need to interact more with the company's employees, so that you can get to know each other. Okay then, I'll go there tonight too. Xie Yuxing thought about it and felt that what Lu Ming said made some sense. That afternoon, Juyin Capital paid the salary on time, and Lu Ming's bank card immediately became full. He first transferred 500,000 yuan to his father's bank card. When my parents received the money, they were shocked and called to inquire about it. After knowing that their son was promoted to fund manager and that the money was a bonus, his parents were very happy. Now Lu Ming has also completed the task of turning losses into profits for win number 5, and has accumulated 2 system lottery opportunities in total. He couldn't wait to open the system lottery. System, start the lottery. Okay, host. The next moment, a virtual turntable that only you can see appears. This time, several new abilities appeared on the big turntable, such as drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk and golden Q without falling. However, these 2 abilities are of little significance to him. Being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk simply means improving your alcohol tolerance. His alcohol tolerance is already quite high, so does he need to improve it? Jin Q is invincible. Although he has never had a girlfriend, he believes that he must be very strong. After all, he has accumulated for 23 years. Then the big turntable started to turn. Ding, congratulations to their host, you have drawn the ability of 1,000-mile tracking. 1,000-mile tracking, just take a look at a photo of a person, animal, or object to enable the 1,000-mile tracking feature and lock onto its location. Lu Ming immediately understood that this was almost like location positioning. But such an ability seems to be of little use to him, as he is not a policeman. System, continue with the lottery. Good host. Ding, congratulations to their host, you have drawn their super eavesdropping ability. Super eavesdropping, you can lock onto a target with your eyes and start eavesdropping within a 10-meter range of the target. When Lu Ming saw this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Damn, he had a skill that the police liked. He might as well apply to be an auxiliary police officer and solve cases. Of course that's impossible. Forget it. Anyway, the fundraising for the Win by the Moon financial fund will be launched soon, with a yield of 50%. This shouldn't be too easy for him. When he completes the task, he can participate in the system lottery again. In addition, the reason why Lu Ming initiated the short-term financial management of Win Monthly is that he can make money quickly in the shortest time. The more you earn in this way, the more commission you will get. That night, Lu Ming, Xie Yuxin, and a group of colleagues came to the Haman Yiyan Hotel. There is singing, dancing, drinking, barbecue and Western food everywhere, and it is a corrupt place for many company parties. The employees were not expecting Xie Yuxin's arrival. Everyone admired Lu Ming even more, and even invited the boss to come. At the table, everyone toasted Xie Yuxin first. What Lu Ming didn't expect was that Xie Yuxin really accepted all the drinks. It seemed that this female devil could drink quite well. Then everyone started drinking with Lu Ming again. "Hey, guys, you guys are fighting like a madman, trying to get me drunk." Lu Ming picked up the wine glass and never put it down. "Har har, Ming, you're single now, and you're still afraid of getting drunk. No one's checking on you." Dong Xiaojie gloated over other people's misfortune. Everyone burst into laughter. Zhang Xiaoman said, "Hey, Ming, you have become famous now, but you don't know that many female employees in our company have evil thoughts about you." "Yes, Manager Lu, please tell us what kind of girls you like." Colleague Jiu Xiaojie asked curiously. Yes. Several colleagues nearby echoed him. Lu Ming put down his glass and said, "What kind do you like?" "I'm superficial, I like those with big breasts and nice butts." Zhang Xiaoman immediately patted her own thinness and said, "Alas, then I am eliminated first." Pfft. Har har. Everybody was laughing so hard. Xie Yuxin couldn't help laughing beside him. Dong Xiaojie picked up the wine and raised it to Lu Ming. "Come on, Ming, let's have auspicious days together." "No, I have to go to the bathroom first." Lu Ming took the opportunity to escape. "Hey, I'll go with you." Dong Xiaojie followed, and the two of them walked out of the box. Ming, tell me the truth, are there any of the female colleagues in our company that you like?" "Yes, I have." "Who is it?" "Xie Yuxin." Dong Xiaojie rolled his eyes and said, "Damn, Ming, you have such a big appetite, you even want to pick up a female devil." The two of them walked towards the toilet laughing. "Eh? Ming, that person looks so familiar, isn't that Jia Biao?" Dong Xiaojie suddenly patted Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked towards the toilet and saw Jia Biao coming out of the bathroom and heading towards the corridor in front. "Really? Go to the bathroom first, I'll go take a look." He followed curiously. Jia Biao turned the corner and came to box 203. Unexpectedly, there was a man standing in front of box 203, and it was their company's investment director Guo Rui. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Jia Biao had been fired, but he didn't expect that the two of them would get together again. Before they entered the box, he immediately locked onto Jia Biao and turned on super eavesdropping. The next moment, he eavesdropped on the entire conversation between Jia Biao and Guo Rui. "Jia Biao, Mr. Guo, I'm fired now. You said you would find me a job. How is it going now?" "Guo Rui, Lao Jia, why are you in such a hurry?" "Jia Biao, how can I not be anxious? I have to support my family too. Besides, it was you, Mr. Guo, who caused me to be fired from Juyin Capital." "Guo Rui, Jia Biao, watch the way you speak." "Jia Biao, Mr. Guo, don't blame me for speaking frankly. When I was sure to win number 5, I continued to increase my position in Jumai Hao, but it was you who instructed me to do so." Chapter 21. Two people got drunk. When Lu Ming overheard these words, his eyes narrowed immediately. It turned out that Jia Biao's all-in move was indeed instructed by Guo Rui. Guo Rui said, "Jia Biao, no one expected that the woman surnamed Xie would be so ruthless and not even give me face. Now that things have come to this, I have no choice. Jia Biao, is there no way? Mr. Guo will not go back on his promise to give me a favor, right? Guo Rui, don't worry, I will naturally give you the benefits I promised to give you, but you have to wait." "Jia Biao, how long to wait?" Guo Rui, "Within 3 months." "Jia Biao, okay, Mr. Guo, I hope you can keep your promise." Then Lu Ming heard that Jia Biao was about to leave. Lu Ming immediately ended the eavesdropping and went to the toilet. He thought that it was necessary to talk to the female devil about this matter. After returning to the private room, Lu Ming continued drinking with his colleagues. I was really drunk that night. After the party, everyone went home and some took taxis, while others asked for designated drivers. Originally, Lu Ming wanted to take a taxi, but then he remembered that he and Xie Yuxin were going the same way, and Xie Yuxin had a full-time driver, so he followed Xie Yuxin. Boss, are you okay? He stepped forward and held Xie Yuxin's arm. I'm fine. Boss, where's your car? Here it is. Xie Yuxin came to the front of the car and pointed. Lu Ming opened the car door and climbed onto the passenger seat first. Hey, get out of here, you bastard. Who told you to get in my car? Xie Yuxin frowned. Boss, we're going the same way, why are you asking me to take a taxi? Eh? Where's the driver? Xie Yuxin got on the back seat of the car and explained, I asked the driver to go back a long time ago. I found a designated driver. Because they called a designated driver, Xie Yuxin thought about it and decided not to let Lu Ming get off. After a while, the designated driver came and took them to their community. Lu Ming and Xie Yuxin got out of the car and walked unsteadily. Boss, you said you weren't drunk, but you were staggering when you walked. You still have the nerve to say that to me. Aren't you the same? Boss, I'm really fine. This little bit of wine is nothing. I can have another pound. Just blow it. Why are you bragging? Why don't you go back and have some more drinks? Xie Yuxin also brought some wine, and said cheerfully, sure, I have some good wine at home. So the two of them came to room 303 of Xie Yuxin's room. Xie Yuxin opened a bottle of XO, and the two of them filled their glasses. Hey, boss, there's no snacks here, how about we just drink it? Lu Ming couldn't help but complain. Who said there wasn't? Xie Yuxin opened the cupboard and took out 2 bags of potato chips. When Lu Ming saw the potato chips, he burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? I still have some fruit here. Xie Yuxin opened the refrigerator again and took out 2 papayas. Oh my god, boss, you're still buying papaya to eat. Is it for breast enlargement? Lu Ming, under the influence of alcohol, spoke without restraint. Nonsense. Mine is so big, do I need to be enlarged? Xie Yuxin was not angry at all, but became proud and arrogant instead. Hey, boss, you're still panting when I say you're fat. Yours is big. Is it as big as the papaya in my hand? Get out of the way, I'm a D. D? I don't believe it unless you let me measure it with my hand. You're dreaming. You want to take advantage of me when I'm drunk. I'm not drunk yet. Humph, do you want to drink? Drink. Drink. Lu Ming said as he picked up the wine glass. So the two of them finished another bottle of XO. The next day, at 9:30 in the morning, Zhu Wanqing and a middle-aged woman came to Yushuiwan community. Auntie, we are all downstairs. How about I call Xingxing and ask her to come down to pick you up? No need, let's just go up. The middle-aged woman said coldly. She was none other than Xie Yuxin's mother, the chairman of Yunding Hotel Chain Group, Song Jiawen. All right then. Zhu Wanqing smiled bitterly and nodded. Soon the two of them took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Zhu Wanqing hurried to the door of room 303 and knocked, but unexpectedly no one answered. Huh? Xingxing hasn't gotten up yet. Zhu Wanqing guessed, she knew Xie Yuxin liked to sleep in. Song Jiawen said, Wanqing, this is your house. Don't you have the key? Just open the door. Auntie, this isn't a good idea, right? What's wrong with that? I'm Xingxing's mother, and you're Xingxing's best friend. We're not strangers. Song Jiawen stared at Zhu Wanqing, his eyes revealing majesty. All right then. Zhu Wanqing could only take out the spare key from her bag and open the door. Oh. When Fat Orange Peel saw someone coming in, he quickly hid behind the sofa. This Xingxing even brought the cat back to his country. Song Jiawen glanced at it. Xingxing. Zhu Wanqing shouted, but no one answered. This girl must be sleeping in again. After saying this, Song Jiawen went straight to the bedroom. Zhu Wanqing hurriedly followed in. As a result, when the two of them entered the bedroom, they were dumbfounded. Lying on the bed in the bedroom were a man and a woman, Lu Ming and Xie Yuxin, both of them were covered with a thin blanket. Zhu Wanqing was also confused. She thought to herself that Xingxing, that damn girl, had developed such a fast relationship with Lu Ming that both of them had ascended to the paradise. When Song Jiawen saw this scene, his face gradually turned cold. Zhu Wanqing secretly cried out that something was wrong, and quickly walked forward, patted Xie Yusheng on the shoulder, and said, "Xingxing, wake up." "Oh. Wake up." Xie Yusheng opened his eyes dazedly and said, "Hey, Wanqing, why are you here?" As soon as she finished speaking, she saw her mother standing beside her, her eyes widened in surprise. "Xingxing, hurry up and put on your clothes with Lu Ming and come out." "Auntie, let's go out first." After Zhu Wanqing finished speaking, she pulled Song Jiawen out of the bedroom. Xie Yusheng was confused by this inexplicable sentence. She turned her head and looked beside her, and saw Lu Ming, who was still sleeping soundly, and she sat up suddenly. "I'm going to die." Xie Yusheng lifted the blanket and breathed a sigh of relief. Because her and Lu Ming's clothes were intact. Obviously nothing happened, the two of them just finished that bottle of XO last night and got drunk. But Wanqing and my mother saw it just now, and it can't be explained. "Get up, you bastard." Xie Yusheng patted Lu Ming angrily. "Stop it," Lu Ming said in a daze. "Fuck you." Still sleeping. Xie Yusheng kicked Lu Ming off the bed angrily. Lu Ming finally woke up after falling. Boss, good morning. Why are you in my bed? You bastard. Look carefully. This is my bed. Not your house." Xie Yusheng glared at him. Hiss. Lu Ming took a deep breath, remembering that they had been drinking together last night. Could it be that the two of them got drunk and messed up? He quickly looked at himself and said, "It's okay, it's okay." Chapter 22. Sons-in-law are afraid of meeting their mothers-in-law. Xie Yusheng was furious when she heard Lu Ming's words, "not bad." What does that mean? Why does it seem like if something happens, this guy will be the one at a disadvantage? What the hell? Hurry up and come out with me, my mom and Wanqing are here, and they just saw us sleeping in the same bed. Your mom and Wanqing? What? Your mom? Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. So with uneasy feelings, the two of them walked out of the room. At this time, Zhu Wanqing and another person were sitting on the sofa in the living room. Lu Ming glanced at his evil mother Song Jiawen. She was indeed a strong woman in the business world, with both temperament and majesty. "Mom, why are you here?" Xie Yusheng pretended to be calm and rubbed his hair. "What? I can't come." "Xingxing, why didn't you tell me and your dad that you returned to China? If I hadn't met Wanqing today, I wouldn't have known you had returned to China." Song Jiawen's tone was filled with resentment. Xie Yusheng glanced at Zhu Wanqing, who shrank his neck, looking a little apologetic. "I just returned to work in China. It's only been over a month, and I haven't settled in yet." "What do you mean by settled? You are just willful and stubborn. Also, who is he?" Song Jiawen looked at Lu Ming. "Hello, auntie. My name is Lu Ming. I am." Lu Ming was about to explain. Unexpectedly, Xie Yusheng spoke first. "Who else could it be?" "Mom, you saw it all, he is my boyfriend Lu Ming." "Huh?" Lu Ming was a little confused. "Xiaolu, how old are you this year? What do you do? Where are you from? How many people are there in your family? When did you and Xingxing start dating?" Suddenly Song Jiawen asked a series of questions. Lu Ming was even more confused and didn't know which one to answer. "Mom, you're checking the household registration. Lu Ming, you go back first." Xie Yusheng signaled to Lu Ming with her eyes. Lu Ming quickly said, "Auntie, I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. I'll treat you to dinner another day." After saying this, he left. In fact, last time when they were drinking, Lu Ming also learned some information about Xie Yusheng from Zhu Wanqing. Her parents are both workaholics and are busy with work all year round. Her childhood was devoid of the company of her parents. She grew up with her grandmother before high school and had the deepest feelings for her. Lu Ming felt a little ashamed that he had just been misunderstood by her mother, Song Jiawen. He wondered if the relationship between the evil woman and her mother would become even more tense. Damn, it's all because I drank too much last night. He thought about it carefully and his eyelids twitched suddenly. Because he suddenly remembered that he had teased the devil girl last night about the size of her melon. At that time, it seemed that the evil woman did not get angry, and she even said proudly that she was D. I really didn't realize that the female devil is so hidden. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. In the evening, Lu Ming bought some vegetables and came back from the vegetable market. He ran into Xie Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing downstairs. Hey, Lu Ming, are you going to buy groceries? Zhu Wanqing saw it from a distance and shouted. Lu Ming secretly thought that the vegetables he bought might not be preserved, so he pretended not to hear and walked away with his head down. But the female detective Zhu Wanqing ran too fast and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. HMPH. Handsome Lu. Why are you running away? You slept with Xingxing last night, are you feeling guilty? Zhu Wanqing grabbed Lu Ming's arm and asked deliberately. Lu Ming was a little embarrassed and said helplessly, Sister Wanqing, stop making trouble. Wanqing, stop talking nonsense. When Xie Yuxing heard this, her pretty face turned red. Zhu Wanqing continued to tease, wow, you two are wearing the same pair of pants so soon. Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to her and asked, Boss, is Auntie gone? I'm leaving. Boss, why didn't you let me explain to Auntie this morning? Xie Yuxing glared at him and said, can you explain this situation clearly? Besides, do you know what kind of people my mother hates the most? She hates people who dare not admit it. Zhu Wanqing said slowly, yes, I still don't believe that nothing happened between you two. Lu Ming quickly explained, Sister Wanqing, the boss and I were just drunk, so we lay down together and took a nap. Vegetarian feeling? Har, what is meat feeling? Zhu Wanqing couldn't stop laughing. Lu Ming asked helplessly, is Auntie angry? Xie Yuxing said, why are you angry? Besides, it is my freedom to date whoever I want. But based on my understanding of my mother, she will definitely look for you alone without telling me. Looking for me alone? Lu Ming's eyelids twitched. Zhu Wanqing teased, har, Xingxing, look how scared he is, what's wrong, are all sons-in-law afraid of meeting their mothers-in-law? What son-in-law? You bitch, if you keep talking nonsense I'll tear your mouth apart. Xie Yuxing glared at her. Then boss, if Auntie comes to me, what should I say? Just tell the truth. That's fine. The three of them went to the third floor while talking. Lu Ming carried the vegetables and walked home, while Xie Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing followed behind him, with no intention of returning home at all. Alas, the 2 pounds of ribs I just bought today can no longer be kept. Soon, Lu Ming cooked a table full of dishes. I'm going home to get a bottle of wine. Xie Yuxing looked at the table full of dishes, his appetite aroused, and he wanted to drink something. Lu Ming, did you see that? He's still drinking. It's obvious that Xingxing wasn't affected at all by what happened last night. Zhu Wanqing winked and smiled. Lu Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But every minute, Xie Yuxing would run back in a hurry. It's bad. Something happened. What's wrong? Lu Ming and Zhu Wanqing were both stunned. Xie Yuxing said anxiously, when we went out this afternoon, I forgot to close the window, and Pee-Pee disappeared. He might have run away. Doesn't that mean he's been out for the whole afternoon? Zhu Wanqing was shocked. What should we do then? Xie Yuxing was so anxious that she was about to cry. During the time she was abroad, her big orange cat Pee-Pee was always with her. The big orange cat was closer to her than her parents. Lu Ming immediately said calmly, Boss, don't worry. Generally, cats won't run too far when they run away. Most of them will just hang around in the community. Let's go look for them in the community. Okay. Xie Yuxing nodded immediately. So the three of them quickly went downstairs and searched in 3 directions. Not long after walking, Lu Ming suddenly slapped his forehead. He suddenly remembered that he had just drawn the ability of 1,000-mile tracking from the system. It could be used to find the fat cat. He quickly called Xie Yuxing. Hey, boss, please send me a photo of Pee-Pee right now. Photos? Well, I'll post it to the owners group and ask everyone to help find it. Lu Ming found an excuse. Okay. Xie Yuxing hung up the phone and quickly sent a photo of a fat man with orange peel. After receiving the photo, Lu Ming immediately used the 1,000 miles tracking technique and soon locked onto the location of the fatty orange. Chapter 23. You're going to be a grandmother soon, right? Lu Ming followed the location tracked by Qianli and soon came to a holly tree, then he heard a cat meowing from behind. He walked to the back and saw the fat orange peel, but there was also a blue cat next to him. Hey, I didn't expect that my 1,000-mile tracking ability is so accurate and effective. Call out. When the blue cat saw someone coming, it ran away immediately. Oh. When the fat orange peel saw that the person coming was Lu Ming, she hissed at Lu Ming with an angry look on her face, as if he had disturbed her good thing. Oh my god, Pippi, you are not stealing the male cat, are you? Lu Ming was stunned. Oh. Pippi called out impatiently. Hey, do you know that you sneaked out and made your mommy very anxious? Lu Ming said as he walked forward, ready to catch the fat cat. Unexpectedly, Pippi quickly climbed up an old locust tree next to him. Get down here, you lousy cat. There was no way Lu Ming could catch up. At this time, the fat orange peel climbed up a tree trunk, squinted his cat eyes and looked at Lu Ming with a look of arrogance, and ignored Lu Ming's words at all. Lu Ming had no choice but to call Xie Yuxin. After a while, Xie Yuxin and Zhu Wanqing came running over. Hey, Lu Ming, where's the cat? Zhu Wanqing ran forward and asked impatiently. Xie Yuxin also looked at him anxiously. Lu Ming pointed to the top of the locust tree and said, She's up there. You should come. She won't come down when I call her. When I found her just now, she was having sex with a blue cat. She probably thought I was disturbing her. Phut, har har. Zhu Wanqing burst out laughing and said, Sheng, it turns out that Pippi ran away to fall in love. Lu Ming thought, they are still in love, such an elegant description, it is obviously just a date. Xie Yuxin was standing under the locust tree and saw Pippi at a glance, and heaved a sigh of relief. Pippi, please come down quickly. You sneaked out and made me worried. But when Big Fat Orange heard her words, he remained unmoved and refused to come down. Har har, boss, it seems like you're not a good enough owner. This fat cat is too rebellious. Lu Ming felt somewhat gloating. Zhu Wanqing also said, Pippi, I'm your Aunt Wanqing, come down quickly and let me take a few puffs. Lu Ming was speechless. If you said that, he would not come down. Pippi, if you don't come down, I'll be angry. I'll count to 3, and if you don't come down, I'll go back. 1, 2, 3. After counting to 3, the fat orange man was still lying on the tree trunk without moving. Xie Yuxin got angry and turned and left. Why? Lu Ming and Zhu Wanqing were both at a loss. Unexpectedly, the fat orange peel suddenly became scared, and quickly came down from the tree and followed Xie Yuxin. Zhu Wanqing smiled and said, Lu Ming, did you see that? Even a cat knows that women are not to be trifled with. Lu Ming rolled his eyes. The three of them went back upstairs. Xie Yuxin fed Pippi some cat food, and then went to 301 with the wine. Boss, has Pippi been sterilized? Are you going to be a grandmother soon? Lu Ming joked. Xie Yuxin immediately glared at him and said, Throw your hammer away first. Oh. The husky hammer, who was lying nearby, ran away in fright. Zhu Wanqing smiled and said, It's okay, Sheng, don't worry, it's a perfect shot, it's not such a coincidence. When Lu Ming heard this, he smiled unkindly. All right, both of you. You look so happy about other people's misfortune. Do you still want to drink? At this time Xie Yuxin picked up the red wine and asked. Zhu Wanqing said, You guys can drink if you want. I can't drink recently because I have a big case. I have to be on standby after work. Then I won't drink it either. Xie Yuxin put down the bottle. Lu Ming asked curiously, Sister Wanqing, what kind of serious case is this? Could it be a murderer? That's not the case. He was a thief and robber. The amount involved in the crime was worth millions. He escaped during the arrest operation 2 months ago. The higher-ups take it very seriously. Zhu Wanqing gave a general idea. The amount involved is 1 million. Lu Ming was a little surprised. This thief was quite capable. That's right. This thief is a habitual criminal and is familiar with counter-detection. We haven't found any clues for a month. He may have left Yangbei. Zhu Wanqing looked helpless. Sister Wanqing, do you have a photo of the thief? I want to see who is so cunning. Lu Ming pretended to ask casually. Because he thought about how he had tracked the cat for thousands of miles and found it so easily, so he thought it should be possible to find the criminal's hiding place as well. Xie Yuxin said, What are you looking at? Wanqing has confidentiality regulations when investigating cases. Don't let Wanqing violate the rules. Lu Ming was stunned. Damn, a thief is keeping a secret. Shengsheng, it's okay. Our bureau's official account has also issued a wanted notice before, calling on citizens to provide clues. Zhu Wanqing said as he picked up his phone and opened the official account. She quickly found the announcement, opened it and handed it to Lu Ming. The suspected thief is named Peng San, his real name is unknown. At the end of the wanted notice, several photos of the thief were attached. When Lu Ming saw the photo, he immediately started the 1,000 miles tracking in his mind. The next moment, the location of the suspect Peng San was locked in his mind. Quizhuyuan community. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched. Because Tsuizhu Garden is only a 15-minute walk from his Yushuan community, he didn't expect that this guy was hiding here. So he deliberately said, "Huh? This person looks very familiar to me." Lu Ming, have you seen this person? Zhu Wanqing's eyes lit up. Lu Ming pretended to think, and after a moment's silence, he said, "I remember now. I should have seen this person near Tsuizhu Garden." Is this true, Lu Ming? Did you remember it wrongly? Xie Yuxing thought it wasn't such a coincidence. Lu Ming said, "Isn't there a vegetable market next to Tsuizhu Garden? I often buy vegetables there and visit the fresh food supermarket over there." Lu Ming, have you really seen it? Zhu Wanqing was a little excited. Lu Ming deliberately said, "Well, I should have seen it. I have had a good memory since I was a child." Rub. Zhu Wanqing stood up at once and said, "No, I have to go to Tsuizhu Garden to investigate now." Wanqing, it's so late, why don't you go tomorrow? Xie Yuxing was stunned. You don't know that when investigating a case, we cannot miss any clues, and we need to verify them as soon as possible, because if we delay, something unexpected will happen. As Zhu Wanqing spoke, she picked up her phone and prepared to leave. Lu Ming frowned and said, "It's late at night, Sister Wanqing, I'll go with you." "And me?" Xie Yuxing echoed. "Okay then. I'll trouble you too." Zhu Wanqing joked with a smile, saying that having someone to keep you company late at night would make you not feel lonely. Xie Yuxing said speechlessly, "You damn girl, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll punish you." Chapter 24, Tracking the Criminal Over 1,000 Miles. The three of them soon arrived at the basement shopping district outside Quizhuyuan community. Zhu Wanqing immediately took the photo and went to the fresh food store, supermarket, barber shop, and pedicure shop outside the community to ask if there were any clues. But the shop owners in front looked at it and had no impression of it. Lu Ming knew that the 1,000-mile tracking capability should be correct. At this moment, the suspect Peng San's location has not moved and he is still in Quizhuyuan community. Finally, at a tobacco shop, the owner looked at the photos and said that he had some impression of me, as if I had come to the store to buy cigarettes yesterday. At the same time, the boss said that Peng San in the photo was a bald man, but the person who came to the store to buy cigarettes was a brown-haired man. The boss just thought that the faces were very similar, so he was not sure. Because there is no surveillance in the store, it cannot be verified. 3 people walked out of the store, and Xie Yuxing said, "Could it be that the boss remembered it wrong?" Zhu Wanqing said, "It shouldn't be possible. Think about it. If one person remembered it wrongly, it's possible. But now Lu Ming and the tobacco shop owner both have an impression of him. My intuition tells me that Peng San is hiding in a nearby community." Lu Ming reminded, "Yes, the nearest community to this supermarket is Tsuizhu Garden." Xie Yuxing said, "But we can't go door to door in the community to look for it. There are hundreds of households in this community." Zhu Wanqing thought for a moment and said, "That's right. Now that we have a clue, let me report to the captain tomorrow and try to send police to investigate." Lu Ming couldn't say it directly, but if he sent police officers to investigate, there should be some results. Just when Xie Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing were about to go back, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. Because he used his ability to track over thousands of miles, he suddenly discovered that the suspect Peng San was moving, which meant he must have left home. "How about we go to Tsuizhu Garden community and take a look, what if we find something?" Lu Ming took the initiative to propose. Har, Lu Ming, how come I find that you are more dedicated than a police officer like me?" Zhu Wanqing covered her mouth and smiled. Lu Ming deliberately said, To be honest, my dream when I was a kid was to be a policeman. I think solving cases is very exciting." Zhu Wanqing said, "Okay, let's go for a walk around the community." So the 3 of them walked into their community. Based on Qianli's tracking location, Lu Ming deliberately led the two of them in front and approached the suspect's location. At this moment, on the fire lane of the community, at the corner in front, a long-haired woman wearing glasses, a dress, and carrying a black backpack suddenly came towards us. Lu Ming's heart suddenly started pounding, because according to Qianli's tracking, this woman was the suspect Peng San. But why is she a woman? The system cannot be wrong, so Peng San must have put on makeup. Soon the three of them passed by Peng San, who was coming towards them. With the dim light of the community, Lu Ming took a careful look and found that the long-haired woman was indeed a man dressed as a woman. Because she was a woman, Zhu Wanqing and Xie Yuxing didn't pay much attention to her. When Lu Ming, Zhu Wanqing and Xie Yuxing turned a corner, he suddenly stopped them. "Lu Ming, why are you pulling my hand?" Xie Yuxing frowned. Lu Ming said seriously, "Sister Wanqing, boss, the person who just passed by us was Peng San." "That person just now?" "Lu Ming, you are stupid. The person who just passed by was a woman." Xie Yuxing thought about it. Zhu Wanqing agreed, "Yes." Lu Ming explained, "Sister Wanqing, you are police officer after all. Didn't you notice that the woman was very strange? She is a woman, why is she carrying a men's backpack?" Zhu Wanqing pondered, "It is a bit strange. The important thing is, you didn't notice his shoes. They were a pair of size 43 sneakers. How many women have you seen wearing shoes that big?" Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and asked back. "Hey, Lu Ming, what you said is really unusual. Come on, let's quietly follow and take a look." Zhu Wanqing immediately turned around and followed quietly. Lu Ming and Xie Yuxing followed behind. The three of them quickly caught up with Peng San, who was dressed as a woman. He was carrying a bag and soon arrived at the door of a black car. He quickly opened his backpack and took out the tools used in the crime. He's prying the car door open. Zhu Wanqing is a policeman after all, and he is very familiar with the action of prying open a car door. Lu Ming frowned and said, "He pried open the car door and was carrying a black bag. Is he trying to escape?" Hiss. After Lu Ming's reminder, Zhu Wanqing's eyelids twitched. This possibility is very high. Obviously, we can't let him run away. If he runs away, it will be difficult to find him again. We can't let him get away. Zhu Wanqing immediately quickened his pace and walked forward. Xie Yuxing was startled. "Hey, Wanqing, don't be impulsive. It will be too late if you don't act impulsively." She shook off Lu Ming and Xie Yuxing and walked towards the car in front. It was already dark. Peng San was trying to pry open a car door when he suddenly heard footsteps and stopped immediately. Then he turned his head and saw Zhu Wanqing quickening his pace. Peng San was extremely alert. He immediately dropped his tools and ran away with his bag. "Stop right there." Zhu Wanqing immediately rushed forward at an extremely fast speed and grabbed Peng San's shoulder. Peng San instinctively picked up the backpack in his hand and swung it towards Zhu Wanqing. Zhu Wanqing dodged quickly, but instead grabbed Peng San's arm and threw him over his shoulder. Par. Peng San was thrown hard to the ground. Lu Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Zhu Wanqing to be so capable. He was worthy of being a criminal police officer. But just when Zhu Wanqing was about to grab Peng San suddenly touched his waist with his right hand, and a shining dagger stabbed towards Zhu Wanqing's upper body. R. Xie Yuxing, who was not far away, was shocked when he saw this scene. Zhu Wanqing was also confused. If he stabbed with the knife, there would definitely be a bloody hole. At this critical moment, she suddenly felt a hand grabbing her arm from the back door and pulling her out. Peng San's dagger hit nothing. Zhu Wanqing was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat, and then she saw that the person who pulled her from the back door was Lu Ming. Xie Yuxing breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her best friend was fine. But the next moment, she was stunned. Because Peng San took advantage of this opportunity to quickly climb up and rush towards her. "Stop." Xie Yuxing instinctively wanted to stop it. "Get out of here. You're going to die." Peng San rushed forward and slashed towards Xie Yuxing's face with the dagger in his hand. Xie Yuxing wanted to dodge, but he couldn't move because his legs were out of control and he closed his eyes in fear. But the dagger did not hurt her. When she opened her eyes again, she saw Lu Ming hugging Peng San's waist from behind. Peng San immediately struggled hard to break free and stab Lu Ming's arm with the dagger in his hand. At this time, Zhu Wanqing also rushed over, and when he saw Lu Ming being stabbed, he became furious. "What the hell? Zhu Wanqing kicked Peng San between his legs. Chapter 25. You can't give yourself to me. Zhu Wanqing's kick directly hit the man's most vulnerable part. All the strength in Peng San's body dissipated in an instant, and he fell down with a cry. Lu Ming took advantage of the situation and pushed Peng San to the ground. Zhu Wanqing quickly cooperated and grabbed Peng San's arm from behind, took out handcuffs from his pocket, and quickly handcuffed Peng San. Move again. Move again. Move again. Zhu Wanqing was angry about the 3 consecutive attacks, 3 big bidu. Lu Ming, you're bleeding. At this time, Xie Yuxing ran forward in a hurry and suddenly saw that Lu Ming's arm was bleeding. Lu Ming looked down and finally realized what was happening, grimacing in pain. Fuck! You hurt me! He was so angry that he gave Peng San a few big punches. Zhu Wanqing hurriedly said, Xing, go to the drugstore across the street and buy some bandages. Stop Lu Ming's bleeding. Well. Xie Yuxing ran to the pharmacy in panic. When I came back with the bandages, I saw Zhu Wanqing and Lu Ming punching and kicking Peng San. You're still struggling. Zhu Wanqing roared. Then Xie Yuxing quickly bandaged Lu Ming's wound. Zhu Wanqing said gratefully, Lu Ming, thank you, it's all thanks to you this time. Sister Wanqing, let's not thank you verbally. Please buy me some more supplements later. My arm hurts. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and made a joke. Zhu Wanqing quickly agreed, okay, I will definitely buy it. Xie Yuxing burst into laughter, and her tense nerves finally relaxed. Xie Yuxing was still frightened by the dangerous scene just now. If it weren't for Lu Ming, Wan Qing and I would have been injured. At this moment, she looked at Lu Ming in front of her, and felt a little more admiration and gratitude in her heart. Zhu Wanqing then called the captain. 10 minutes later, 2 police cars arrived. Several policemen got out and took Peng San directly into the car. Zhu Wanqing said, Xing, I have to accompany my colleagues back to the bureau to help with the treatment. Why don't you accompany Lu Ming to the hospital to treat his wounds first? Okay, you go ahead and do your work. I'll take Lu Ming to the hospital. Xie Yuxing nodded. The 2 then went to the hospital. After the doctor examined Lu Ming, he found that fortunately the wound was not deep, but he still had to rest for a month. It was applied with medicine, wrapped in gauze, bandaged, and hung around the neck. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was his left hand that was injured. He was a right-handed person. When I got home, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Lu Ming, while you're recovering, call me if you need any help. You only have one hand right now, so it's not convenient. Xie Yuxing said proactively and generously. Lu Ming couldn't help but joked, hey, boss, you see I'm injured, how about you give me a month off? That won't work. Hey, boss, you are too cruel. I'm injured, and you won't give me a day off. Your left arm is injured, but your right hand is fine, so it won't affect your clicking of the mouse. Lu Ming said unhappily, hey, Xie Yuxing, I'm your savior. Is this how you treat your benefactor? If you want to rest, then take a few days, but not a month. Xie Yuxing felt a little guilty. If Lu Ming hadn't hugged Peng San in time, her face might have been scratched. Boss, if it weren't for me, your face would have been scratched and scarred. Would you have been able to get married then? TSK, you see how much I've done for you. You have no choice but to marry me. Lu Ming joked shamelessly. Go. 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 Xie Yuxing glared at him. Har, boss, you were stupid at that time. The criminal was holding a dagger and you didn't even try to dodge. I wanted to hide, but my feet wouldn't obey me. Xie Yuxing curled her lips. Lu Ming grinned and said, TSK, boss, you are such a female devil, you are not even brave enough, are you scared to the point of peeing your pants? Roll. Xie Yuxing stood up and said, I'm sleepy. I'm going back to sleep. Don't go, boss. It's inconvenient for me to walk alone. You have to help me undress. Let your uncle go. Xie Yuxing was a little angry. This Lu Ming was really getting more and more daring. Now you dare to tease me. Hateful. On Monday, Lu Ming went to work as usual. When he came to the company, he was wearing bandages, which made his colleagues curious and asked him questions. Lu Ming did not explain much and just said that he was accidentally injured while helping a friend. In fact, he knew that there was a reason why Xie Yuxing didn't let him rest. One is the sure win number 5, and fundraising has already started for the next year, so things are quite busy. In addition, he wants to issue his own new financial management fund, Win by the Moon, and needs to submit a lot of preliminary preparation materials, as well as some approval procedures. A sure win for number 5, thanks to Lu Ming's efforts to turn the tide, the profit hit a new high. When the next year's fundraising started, it immediately attracted a large number of financial management clients, and the task of raising 100 million yuan was completed in just one day. This speed not only shocked the entire company, but also attracted the envy and jealousy of peers. At the same time, the news of Lu Ming's ability to turn the tide spread in the private equity circle. In just 1 month, his amazing performance made him famous. As a result, many private equity firms began to use headhunters and try to poach employees. This day's investment research meeting, Xie Yuxin brought up the matter of Lu Ming's plan to launch a new financial management fund called Ying and discussed it at the meeting. Chen Yue, this lackey, was the first to stand up and oppose. I object. In addition to personal judgment and analysis, financial investment operations always involve some luck. The ability of a trader must be verified through their bear and bull cycles. Lu Ming is a new trader. He already has the sure win number 5 in his hands, and he has just increased his trading quota. How can he add more weight? You know, a trader has limited energy. Lu Ming obviously doesn't have the experience to do multiple things at the same time. Besides, he only has his right hand left now. Chen Yue's teasing words made everyone laugh. When Lu Ming heard this, he greeted Chen Yue's ancestors for 18 generations and said, "Fuck, there are so many things I can do with my right hand. It won't interfere with watching movies." Investment director Guo Rui also expressed his opinion. Old Chen is right, President Xie, even if Lu Ming has amazing talent, it will take time to prove it. What if he is just a lucky idiot? I think there is no need for you to discuss this matter. After this was said, many managers from other financial departments also agreed. Lu Ming sat in the back with a frown on his face. Damn it, this old fox is so mean. Not only did he blatantly belittle himself, he also openly questioned President Xie Yuxin's execution ability. Vice President Ji Hongfei, as usual, had a kind smile on his face and did not express any opinion. In the face of everyone's opposition and pressure, Xie Yuxin spoke calmly. After careful consideration, I decided to give Lu Ming a chance. Chapter 26 Sleeping in the CEO's Office. Lu Ming was deeply moved when he heard Xie Yuxin's words. Xie Yuxin overcame all objections and put Ying on the agenda. There was a lot of discussion in the company. Some people say that President Xie is supporting his own people. Some people say that President Xie is swift and decisive, while others say that he is overbearing and authoritarian and does not listen to advice. After lunch that day, Lu Ming remembered something and went upstairs to find Xie Yuxin. Boom boom boom. Come in. Xie Yuxin was sitting on the sofa reading a book. In the past, during the lunch break, basically no one came to disturb her. Xie Yuxin looked up curiously and saw Lu Ming walking in with a smile. Why are you here? Hey, boss, let me talk to you about something. It's time to rest now. Boss, do you want to take a break? Take a nap? No, I want to read a book. Lu Ming sat on the sofa in a familiar manner and said with a smile, Boss, I have something important to do. If you have something to say, please tell me now. Xie Yuxin rolled his eyes at him. Boss, when we were having a party last Friday night, I ran into Jia Biao, who you fired, at the hotel. The person who went to the box with Jia Biao was Director Guo Rui. At the weekend, he got drunk and was misunderstood, and then he went to catch a thief. Lu Ming almost forgot about it. Xie Yuxin was a little surprised, and then asked, Well, then what? I secretly listened at the door of the box. Guess what I heard? What? I heard Jia Biao say that he went all in on the Ju My House stock because Guo Rui instructed him to do so. Lu Ming leaned close to Xie Yuxin's ear and whispered. Xie Yuxin's pretty face turned red and her heart was pounding. Damn it, Lu Ming's mouth suddenly came close to her just now, and she thought this guy was going to kiss her. Did you really hear Jia Biao say that? In fact, Xie Yuxin had doubts before. After all, Jia Biao's all-in and violent increase in positions was a bit too idiotic. Of course it's true, so boss, I suspect there must be some unspeakable secret between Director Guo and Jia Biao, so you have to be careful of Guo Rui, the old fox. Lu Ming reminded. Okay, I get it, but Lu Ming, remember, don't spread this matter around. Even if there is something wrong with Guorui, there is no evidence yet. Xie Yuxin was grateful for Lu Ming's kind reminder. Well, I know that. Lu Ming stood up and suddenly walked to the front of the lounge. The president's office is not only spacious, but also equipped with a separate rest bedroom. Oh, you are worthy of being the president. The treatment is really good. There is a bed and a private bathroom. By the way, boss, you just said that you don't take a nap at noon. Lu Ming grinned. Xie Yuxin frowned and said, what are you doing? Since you don't want to sleep, I'll sleep here for a while. Lu Ming said as he walked into the lounge. You bastard, no, get out of here. How can you sleep in my place and let the company's employees see you? Xie Yuxin hurriedly stepped forward and stretched out his hand to stop him. But Lu Ming grabbed Xie Yuxin's wrist and said with a smile, boss, you see my arm is bandaged. The doctor said I need to rest more. Don't forget how I got my arm injured. Xie Yuxin was suddenly speechless and had no way to refuse. When she looked up again, Lu Ming was already lying on the bed in the lounge. Okay, shameless, go to sleep. Xie Yuxin agreed reluctantly. However, before 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Ming was awakened by Xie Yuxin and kicked out of the president's office. Just as he left the president's office, he ran into the president's assistant Li Xiaoyar. Hey, Manager Lu, why did you come out of the president's office? Yeah, I took a nap. Lu Ming nodded and left. Li Xiaoyar was completely confused. What did it mean to sleep? Who did she sleep with? How did she sleep? Hiss. In the afternoon, Lu Ming asked Dong Xiaojie to start preparing the approval information and documents for Ye Ying. This time, Lu Ming decided to buy 300,000 yuan of his own financial management fund. At the same time, he also opened an internal fundraising channel in the company and announced it in the company's internal group. Dong Xiaojie also decided to buy 50,000 and Zhang Xiaoman bought 20,000. Cheng Mingyuan, the old boss, was also very considerate and bought 100,000. But beyond that, many colleagues in the company did not participate. One is that the grassroots employees are not wealthy and do not have much money on hand, while short-term financial management, especially stock-based financial funds, is extremely risky. As for the middle and senior management, everyone knew that investment director Guo Rui openly opposed Lu Ming at the investment research meeting. These people are the best at reading other people's expressions. Even if they want to participate, they may back off after considering it. Lu Ming sighed secretly, Guo Rui is an old fox, his authority is so great. No wonder, the investment director is the third most important person in the company, and Guo Rui is a big shot in the investment industry. The company's directors all give some respect to such people. Ye Ying's fundraising target is 100 million, so Lu Ming naturally hopes to complete the fundraising task. But this goal is still very difficult for him. As for how much money can be raised, it seems that it depends on the publicity efforts of the company's marketing department. The sales and distribution channels of private equity funds mainly include private equity self-sales, broker sales, third-party platform sales, bank sales, trusts, limited partnerships and other methods. These methods are all controlled and managed by the company's marketing department. Just then, the phone on Lu Ming's desk rang. He picked up the phone and unexpectedly it was Guo Rui calling, and he even asked him to go to the cafe downstairs of the company for a cup of coffee. Lu Ming stroked his chin. The old fox invited him to have coffee. This must be the weasel paying New Year's greetings to the chicken. I'm not a chicken. It should be the weasel wishing the dragon a happy new year. Lu Ming said something to Dong Xiaojie and went downstairs. When I arrived at the cafe, I met Guo Rui. Hey, Xiaolu, you're here. Come on, order something you want to drink. Guo Rui was smiling. No need, Director Guo. I'm very busy at the company. Do you have anything to talk to me about? Lu Ming sat down opposite. Guo Rui smiled and said, Xiaolu, I'm here to congratulate you. You've made a great comeback for winning number 5 and are now launching a new financial management fund. You can be said to be a rising star in our company. Well, thank you Director Guo for your praise. I will definitely not let the company down. Lu Ming was even more confused. There was no need for Guo Rui to flatter him. Guo Rui changed the subject and said, Har, Xiaolu, what I said at the investment research meeting this morning was not directed at you. In fact, I was protecting you. Protect me. That's right. You have achieved results in operating sure win number 5. The most important thing at this stage is to consolidate your current results. But at this stage, Xie Yuxing suddenly increased your stake and only focused on revenue benefits. This is completely taking advantage of you. Chapter 27. Are you confessing to me? Lu Ming was stunned. Oh, it turned out that Guo Rui was here to sow discord. Use me? How? Xiaolu, think about it. If your trading is successful, it's fine. But if you don't achieve any results or suffer losses, Xie Yuxing will push you into the abyss and your future will be ruined. Guo Rui, what are you talking about? Actually, I was the one who took the initiative to talk to President Xie about launching a new fund. Lu Ming said. You brought it up. Guo Rui was a little confused. That's right. I didn't expect you to be so ambitious, Xiaolu. It seems that I underestimated you before. But since you want to build a new fund, how about this? I will create some favorable conditions for you. Guo Rui changed the subject again. What advantages? During this time of issuing new funds, I will find someone else to take over your sure win number 5, and you can focus on managing the new monthly win fund. Looking for someone else to take over. Lu Ming was stunned. Damn, this Guo Rui is so shameless. He is just trying to steal the performance. Xiaolu, don't get me wrong. This steady win number 5 is still yours. Once your new fund is stable, I will transfer it back to you. This way it will be safer. Guo Rui looked like he was doing this for your own good. Lu Ming is not a fool, so how could he believe such high-sounding words? Lu Ming knew that as long as he handed over the winning number 5, he would be controlled by others if he wanted to get it back. Director Guo, no need. 2 funds are nothing. I have no place to put my energy. Let alone 2 funds, a few more funds will be fine. Director Guo, see if you have any extra funds that you can give to me. The fellow replied shamelessly. What? Xiaolu, what do you mean? Everything I said just now was for your own good. Guo Rui was obviously a little angry. Lu Ming said seriously, Director Guo, what I mean is that I am confident that I can do it well, and I don't need Director Guo to take special care of me or worry about me. Okay, Lu Ming, since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, you'll have to take care of yourself from now on. Guo Rui's face darkened, he snorted coldly and walked out of the cafe. It has to be said that the old fox Guo Rui's revenge for abusing his power for personal gain came quickly. After Lu Ming's Winning by the Moon was released, the marketing department did not actively promote and sell it through various channels. It is obvious that Guo Rui interfered. So one can imagine how difficult it was for Ye Yin to raise funds. After a week, the funds raised were less than 10 million. Of course, there is another reason behind this. That is, although he has become known to many customers with his sure win number 5. However, the stable win number 5 is a stable financial management product, and its customer base is mainly conservative and stable. However, his new fund, Win Monthly, is a stock-based fund and a short-term financial management method, which is an extremely risky way of investment. Lu Ming stroked his chin, thinking about a good solution. Ding dong. Just then, his WeChat suddenly rang. Lu Ming picked up his phone and saw that Zhu Wanqing had created a group and added both him and Xie Yuxing to the group. Zhu Wanqing, hey, my 2 friends who are the owners of Yushui Bay, please prepare some wine and food in the evening. I'm coming over to have a drink. Xie Yuxing, wow, you little girl, you finally remembered us. Zhu Wanqing, har, I've been busy with interrogations this past week. I'm not ungrateful. Lu Ming, humph, Sister Wanqing, where are the nutritional supplements you promised me? Zhu Wanqing, I've bought it. I'll bring it over in the evening. Don't forget to prepare the wine and food. Lu Ming, Sister Wanqing, are you speaking sensible words? I only have 1 right hand left, and you still want me to cook? Zhu Wanqing, oops, I forgot about this. Who will cook tonight? Xie Yuxing, anyway, it's not me, so I can order the kitchen. Zhu Wanqing, let us have hot pot tonight. Lu Ming, sure. Then I'll have to trouble Sister Wanqing to bring the ingredients over. Xie Yuxing, I second the motion. Zhu Wanqing, you two are such bad guys. Xie Yuxing at Zhu Wanqing, knock. Lu Ming, there is one more thing. I haven't taken a shower for more than a week. It's inconvenient for me to use one hand. Can one of you two help me tonight? Xie Yushin, that must be Wanqing, the criminal you helped her catch. Zhu Wanqing, it should be you, Xingsheng. Lu Ming injured his arm to save you. So the two women started to make excuses in the group. Lu Ming, are you too embarrassed to keep pushing each other like this? Why don't you two do it together? Xie Yushin, do you want to die? Zhu Wanqing, my mother said that I can't look at a man's body before I get married. Lu Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking that this was what a woman was like, and he was just joking. So after get off work, Lu Ming took the initiative to wait for Xie Yushin to get off work in the garage. Since being injured, Xie Yushin gave her full-time driver a long vacation. She took the initiative to drive Lu Ming to and from get off work every day, which Lu Ming enjoyed very much. On the way, Xie Yushin took the initiative to ask, Lu Ming, how much funding has your Ying raised? Well, less than 10 million. It doesn't matter. You just operated the market, and many people don't know you. Xie Yushin said something to comfort her. Lu Ming nodded and did not mention Guorui's matter, but he thought of a way to deal with it. Boss, I want to add a guaranteed interest rate on top of their monthly win. Is that possible? What? You want to add a guaranteed interest rate? How much do you want to add? 3%. Xie Yushin shook his head and said, Lu Ming, do you know what this means? Lu Ming naturally knew what it meant. The interest rate is 3%, which is completely equivalent to the interest rate of a fixed deposit, and it is guaranteed. This is equivalent to having a private equity fund to back it up, and financial management clients will definitely like it. This means that the financial risk is transferred from the customer to the company. If Yin loses money, it means the company is suffering a real loss. Lu Ming, even if I support your proposal, the company's board of directors will oppose it. Do you understand? Xie Yushin said earnestly. Lu Ming shrugged helplessly, well, I understand. Xie Yushin suddenly said, but don't be discouraged. I will also invest 10 million. You can raise another 10 million or 20 million to start the project. Lu Ming was surprised, but then he thought that the evil woman had been hanging around in Wall Street for several years, so it was not surprising that she had 10 million in deposits. What's more, her parents are business tycoons. He couldn't help but tease, boss, aren't you afraid that I will lose all your money? If you lose, you can work like a slave for me and cook for me for the rest of your life, how about that? Xie Yushin said. Hey, boss, are you confessing your feelings to me? Lu Ming couldn't help but tease. Xie Yushin blushed and said, don't be so narcissistic. I just wanted to say that the food you cook is delicious. Lu Ming readily agreed, okay, no problem. If you lose money, I will cook for you for the rest of your life. Xie Yushin raised the corners of her mouth, thinking that it would be nice if Lu Ming cooked for her for the rest of her life. Bar, how can you think like that? Aren't you expecting to lose money? Unless there is another way. Chapter 28 Living with the Demoness. By the way, you can try harder tonight and get a big client. Tonight, big client. Sister Wanqing. Right. As a criminal police officer, how can she have a large savings? Xie Yushin couldn't help but laugh and said, do you know why I would let Wanqing buy dog food? Why? He's hanging out with a rich man. Sister Wanqing? Is she a wealthy woman? That's right, Wanqing's mother is in the clothing business, and she gives Wanqing millions of pocket money every month. Hiss. Lu Ming never imagined that Zhu Wanqing was actually a wealthy woman. When the two of them arrived at the community, Zhu Wanqing also arrived. She actually brought a few boxes of nutritional supplements and bought a lot of food ingredients. Har, Lu Ming, my dear Lu Ming, come here, give me a hug. Zhu Wanqing took the initiative to rush over. This frightened Lu Ming, and he said, Sister Wanqing, don't scare me, I haven't done anything wrong. That's right. You should be careful in public. Xie Yushin reminded. Hey, Shengsheng, are you jealous? Why would I be jealous? Har, Shengsheng, I'm just expressing my gratitude to Lu Ming. Do you know? I got a promotion. Zhu Wanqing was very excited. Promoted? That's right, I caught Peng San and made a great contribution. Now I am the leader of the Criminal Investigation Team 3. Zhu Wanqing was very proud. Lu Ming gave a thumbs up. Yo, congratulations. Xie Yuxing smiled and said, no wonder you are so happy today. The three of them came upstairs to room 301, chatting and laughing. Because Lu Ming's left arm couldn't move, Xie Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing took the initiative to busy themselves in the kitchen. Of course, since we are eating hot pot, we just need to wash the ingredients. Come on, let me toast to Lu Ming first. Thank you for helping me that day. If it weren't for you, I would have been stabbed. Zhu Wanqing raised his glass. Hey, Sister Wanqing, you're welcome. If you really want to thank me, you can try another way. Lu Ming winked. Zhu Wanqing was stunned. Change the method. What method? I heard that you, Sister Wanqing, are a wealthy woman. Are. Zhu Wanqing immediately looked at Xie Yuxing and said, okay, Sheng, it was you who exposed my past. I didn't say anything. Xie Yuxing burst out laughing. Tell me, Lu Ming, do you need to borrow money? I'm not borrowing money. I want to help you manage your finances, Sister Wanqing. Lu Ming then told us about the launch of his fund. After listening to this, Zhu Wanqing said cheerfully, this is a simple matter. It's just financial management. I'll invest 10 million. Thank you, Sister Wanqing. Come, I'll toast you a glass. Lu Ming was delighted. Why are you being so polite? I'll introduce you to some wealthy clients tomorrow. Hey, Sister Wanqing, I toast you 3 cups. Lu Ming, you have to do your best to help me manage my finances. That's my pocket money. Zhu Wanqing remembered something. Lu Ming's face was filled with black lines. He was so angry when he compared himself with others. How could he have 10 million yuan in pocket money? The 3 people were drinking when suddenly the door rang. Xie Yuxing said, Lu Ming, someone is knocking on the door. Who's there so late at night? Lu Ming curiously opened the door and was stunned. It turned out to be the landlord Aunt Liu, followed by a young couple. Aunt Liu. Xiaolu, there are guests at home. It's so lively. This is what happened. I'm planning to sell this house, so I brought a client to look at the house today. Oh, is that so? Come in then. Lu Ming was speechless. The landlord brought people to see the house without notifying him in advance. As soon as she entered the house, the landlady Aunt Liu was a little surprised to see 2 beautiful women. As a result, at this moment, her hammer suddenly pounced on the landlord Aunt Liu. Oh. Ouch. Aunt Liu was startled at once. Hammer. Xie Yuxing quickly hugged her. The landlord Aunt Liu's face fell instantly, and she said unhappily, Xiaolu, how can you keep a pet in the house? Pets are not allowed in my house. I'm sorry, Aunt Liu, but it's just joking with you. It won't bite. Lu Ming quickly apologized. Aunt Liu suddenly saw the damaged legs of the dining table and exclaimed in shock, oh my god, the legs of the dining table are bitten like this. This is the dining table I bought when I got married. Lu Ming quickly said, Aunt Liu, I'm sorry. Don't worry, I'll compensate you for the price of the table. Xie Yuxing and Zhu Wanqing looked at each other, both feeling helpless. Aunt Liu said angrily, Xiaolu, some things can only be solved with money. You don't have to pay for the dining table. I'm going to sell my house anyway, so you should move out tomorrow. Huh. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He knew the landlord's temper and it was useless to argue with him any further. After a while, Aunt Liu took the young couple who were looking at the house away. The 3 of them sat at the dining table and had no appetite to continue drinking. Boss, it looks like you have to give me a day off tomorrow. I have to hurry up and find a house. Lu Ming shrugged helplessly. Xie Yuxing frowned and said, but your left hand is injured. How are you going to move so many things? Oh, why are you still looking for a house, Xing? My house has 2 bedrooms, right? You can just ask Lu Ming to move in. Besides, Pipi and Lu Ming are already familiar with each other now. Zhu Wanqing suddenly interrupted. During this period, not only did Lu Ming become familiar with the big orange cat Pipi, but Pipi and the husky Hama also became playmates. Xie Yuxing was confused. How could she live under the same roof with Lu Ming? But she was too embarrassed to refuse. After all, she had angered the landlord just now, which was her's fault, and was the one she gave to Lu Ming to raise. What's more, Lu Ming's left arm was injured while saving her. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Wow, what a great relationship. I don't have to pay rent anymore. Is it appropriate for me to move there? Then move here if you want. Xie Yuxing agreed reluctantly. Zhu Wanqing immediately clapped his hands and cheered, saying, "Great, the problem has been solved. Come on, let's continue drinking." So the three of them continued drinking until 11 o'clock. Zhu Wanqing naturally did not go home and stayed with Xie Yuxing for the whole night. As soon as the two of them returned to 303, Zhu Wanqing couldn't wait to say, "Har har, Xing, you should thank me, right? You and Lu Ming are going to live together so soon." "You damn girl, what do you mean by living together? That's called renting together. Do you know that it's very inconvenient for a man and a woman to live together? I know, you just like sleeping naked. Hey, you loudmouth, can you keep your voice down? Xing, tell me, do you have a crush on Lu Ming?" Zhu Wanqing held her back and asked seriously. Chapter 29, Living Together 5. Xie Yuxing was stunned and said, "I don't know either." "Har har, that means I have a crush on you." "No. Xie Yuxing herself has never been in a relationship, so how can she be sure of what is a good impression or what is love?" "Xing, I think Lu Ming is pretty good. Look at how handsome he is, and he showed such courage when facing the criminals. You should take advantage of such an excellent man. Oh, let's just let things take their natural course when it comes to relationships." "That's right. You two will live under the same roof from now on, so you can slowly get used to each other. Run in. Yes, you two should test each other's strengths and depths. Wanqing, you dirty girl." The two girls started fighting again. The next day was Saturday, so Lu Ming packed his things. In the afternoon, Xie Yuxing helped Lu Ming move all the things over. But for Lu Ming, all his belongings added up were not much. "Oh, we finally finished moving." Lu Ming was sweating from exhaustion, so he picked up the glass of boiled water on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Hey. Lu Ming, this is my water cup." Xie Yuxing's pretty face turned red. Lu Ming grinned and said, "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier?" Xie Yuxing glared at him, then sat down on the sofa angrily. "Lu Ming, although I agree to let you move in, we have to make 3 rules." "What 3 chapters?" "First, you can't tell anyone at work that we live together." "Yeah, that's no problem." "Second, at home, you should be careful about what you wear and not expose your body." Lu Ming nodded and asked, "No problem, then can you be naked?" "Bar. You're the one who's naked." "Har har, anything else?" Xie Yuxing continued, "Third, you cannot enter the other person's bedroom without their permission." "Yes, sure." "Fourth, you cannot touch the other person's things, such as daily necessities, toothbrushes, towels, clothes, etc." "Yes, sure." "Fifth, when your arm is healed, you will be responsible for all their housework such as cooking, cleaning, and washing dishes." "Hey, boss, I can cook, but how come the housework is mine? At least we have to share it equally, right?" Lu Ming was immediately unhappy with this. "I'm almost becoming a nanny." Xie Yuxing frowned and said, "Don't forget, I pay you 6,000 yuan for food every month. How about you do some housework? Don't think I'm stupid. Can I spend 6,000 yuan on food every month?" "Hey, boss, what you said is not right. The money for the food is one part, and my energy and strength are another part. Besides, I still have to wash the dishes after you finish eating. So how do you want to divide it? How about this, I'll be responsible for shopping and cooking, and you'll be responsible for the rest of the housework." No, forget it. We can eat our own food instead of sharing a meal." Lu Ming deliberately pretended to be indifferent. "You." Xie Yuxing was so angry that her teeth were itching, but she couldn't live without Lu Ming's cooking. The food Lu Ming cooks is really delicious. Xie Yuxing feels very happy every time she eats it. There was even a time when the thing she looked forward to most every day was eating the meal Lu Ming cooked in the evening. It must be said that Lu Ming's words touched her soft spot. Okay, I'll do the housework." Xie Yuxing agreed angrily. Lu Ming didn't expect that the female devil actually agreed. It was really unexpected that she was so easily controlled. In the evening, Lu Ming couldn't cook, so the two of them had to order takeout. After dinner, the two sat in the living room, watching a soap opera on TV. Lu Ming was teasing the dog and Xie Yuxing was teasing the cat. Boss, I was moving things during the day and I sweated a lot. I haven't showered for more than half a month. I stink now. Can you give me a bath? This guy is starting to get more and more demanding. Why should I give you a bath? Hey, boss, how did I get my arm injured? But I'm a woman, how can I help you? Xie Yuxing felt a little guilty. Lu Ming deliberately put on a stern face and said, Boss, you are so embarrassed that your face has turned red. I just asked you to give me a bath, but I didn't say I must let you rub my butt naked. So how do you rub it? Xie Yuxing's pretty face turned red, and she thought to herself, what kind of mouth is this guy, always talking about his bare butt? How is he just like her best friend Zhu Wanqing, so vulgar? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he thought there was hope. I'm just wearing shorts, you just need to wipe my back or something. Well, then. Xie Yuxing curled her lips and agreed. When she thought about how Lu Ming's arm was injured just to save Zhu Wanqing and herself, her heart softened. Yeah, then I'll go change my clothes, you go find a towel, get a basin of water, and get ready. Lu Ming was afraid that she would go back on her word, so he hurried to the bedroom to change his clothes. Xie Yuxing was confused. Why did she agree to this? After a while, she filled a basin with hot water, took a towel and sat on the sofa waiting. Lu Ming quickly put on a pair of sports shorts. Xie Yuxing was a little afraid to look. From childhood to adulthood, she has never seen a man so clearly. Boss, do you think my abdominal muscles are beautiful? Lu Ming teased deliberately. Xie Yuxing glared and said, I don't know. Turn around. Lu Ming moved a small stool over and sat down in front of the sofa, saying, Okay, you're still embarrassed, boss, just treat me as a guest and yourself as a technician. Go away, you're the technician. Xie Yuxing angrily picked up the towel and hit Lu Ming on the back. Hiss. Lu Ming said depressedly, it's just a joke. Just then, the fat cat Pippi and the husky Hammer ran over excitedly and lay down aside, watching the show. Go away, what are you two looking at? Xie Yuxing glared. Pippi and Hammer were smart enough to go play somewhere else. Next, Xie Yuxing started to have her bath scrubbed. She might have felt a little embarrassed at first, but she soon got over it. If there is no one else at home, what is there to be afraid of? As for Lu Ming, I don't think he would dare to go out and say anything. Hey, you know what, Lu Ming's skin is quite white. And this guy actually has beautiful abdominal muscles, but I don't know how they feel. When Xie Yuxing thought of this, her face turned red and she felt ashamed. At this time, Lu Ming glanced at Xie Yuxing. This charming female devil is still quite gentle at this moment. Her face, fair and rosy, is really heart-pounding and makes people want to kiss her. It is said that love begins with lust at first sight. Perhaps that was the case. Lu Ming suddenly had the idea of marrying this woman. Just looking at them is a pleasure. If they lie together, hug each other, wouldn't they generate the fire of Samadhi? At this moment, Xie Yuxing looked up with the towel in her hand, and their eyes met. What are you looking at? Boss, you are so beautiful. Shut up. Xie Yuxing's pretty face turned red, and her heart beat faster for some unknown reason. Chapter 30 I'll dig out your eyes if you look at me again. Lu Ming looked at Xie Yuxing's shy appearance, which was like a ripe peach. He was drooling and really wanted to take a bite. Why are you staring at me? If you look at me again, I'll dig your eyes out. Xie Yuxing glared at him. Boss, your technique is pretty good. How about you get another basin of foot washing water and give me a foot massage? This guy is becoming more and more shameless. Xie Yuxing threw the towel in her hand into Lu Ming's arms and said, You are so shameless. Do you have any shame? Do you really think I am a technician? Har har, if the bath center had a technician as good looking as the boss, all the men in the world would fall in love with foot washing. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. I'm going to ignore you. Xie Yuxing glared at him, flicked her hair, and went back to her room. Lu Ming grinned. It turned out that teasing the female devil every day was quite interesting. The key point is that he discovered that this female devil could also be shy and embarrassed. Wow, this face is so charming when it is shy. Not only that, even rolling his eyes is fascinating. After a while, Xie Yuxing changed into a conservative set of pajamas with strawberry patterns and came out. She was also holding a small basket for bathing. The small basket is filled with various shower gels, facial cleansers and other skin care products. Lu Ming couldn't help but twitch his lips. He only needed one soap to take a bath. Every time this woman takes a bath, she carries a small basket. Boss, do you need so many things to take a shower? Aren't you afraid of getting bald skin? What do you care? Xie Yuxing rolled his eyes at him. Lu Ming smiled helplessly. The soap opera was boring, so he went back to his room. Now that my left arm is injured, I can't play League of Legends anymore. Forget it. I've been moving all day, so I might as well go to bed early. An hour later, Xie Yuxing finished her shower and walked out of the bathroom in her pajamas, drying her hair. She came into the room, blew her hair, and prepared to go to bed. But he found that his sleeping partner, Pippi, was not in the room. At this time of day, the big orange cat Pippi would be in the bedroom, lying on the bed waiting for me to go to sleep. When Xie Yuxing first went abroad, he had some insomnia. But since she got the big orange cat Pippi, listening to the cat's purring always allows her to sleep well. So all these years, she always slept with the cat in her arms. But today the big orange cat Pippi is not in the bedroom. Xie Yuxing came to the living room again and looked around, only to find that Pippi was not there either. She frowned slightly and looked towards Lu Ming's bedroom. Could it be that Pippi was carried by Lu Ming to his bedroom? All the windows in the house were closed at night, so this was the only possibility. So Xie Yuxing came to the door of the second bedroom and was about to knock. Unexpectedly, the door opened as soon as her hand touched it. This guy didn't even lock the door. The room was dark, and the faint sound of Lu Ming sleeping could be heard. Xie Yuxing instinctively reached out and pressed the bedroom light switch next to him. Then the lights in the room came on. Lu Ming was seen lying on the bed in the shape of a Chinese character, with a thin blanket covering him. Next to his pillow, lying on the left was their husky Hammer, and on the right was the big orange cat Pippi. The dog and the cat were like guardians on the left and right. The key point is that Lu Ming was hugging the dog and the cat with his arms, as if he was hugging them on both sides. Xie Yuxing's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She could understand why this idiot Hammer slept in the same bed with Lu Ming. The key is my own Pippi. How did she end up in this guy's bed? Damn it, Pippi, you traitor. You are my darling, my sleeping partner, but now you have fallen in love with someone else and run into someone else's bed. The key point is that it is a man's bed. Xie Yuxing suddenly felt like the cat was betraying her. She was furious and didn't care about anything else. She walked up to grab Pippi and was about to take him away. But unexpectedly, Pippi's nails lifted up the blanket. Swish. The resistance on Lu Ming's body was gone. Xie Yuxing blushed with embarrassment. She almost forgot that Lu Ming liked to sleep naked. This action startled her so much that he sat up. Lu Ming was also awakened. Seeing this scene, he quickly pulled the blanket over his peng bird. Boss, what are you going to do? I'm here to hold the cat. You're holding a cat, you scared me to death, I thought you were going to take advantage of me. Qian, your uncle. Tell me, how did Pippi get into your bed? How did you trick her? Xie Yuxing's eyes widened with anger. That's right, Pippi would never betray me. It must be Lu Ming who kidnapped Pippi. What kind of coaxing is this? She came here on her own, okay. Come here by yourself. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xie Yuxing didn't believe it at all. Lu Ming said helplessly, you don't believe it? Then put Pippi down and see if he will follow you. What are you trying for? Pippi will definitely follow me. That's not necessarily true, boss. Just give it a try. Just give it a try. Xie Yuxing put Pai down on the ground, then ran to the door of Lu Ming's room, waved, and said, Pai, let's go, come back to the room with me. Unexpectedly, the big orange cat Pippi looked at her and then at Lu Ming. Finally, the big fat cat moved to Lu Ming's bed, then lay down with its limbs limp, exposing its belly. Puff. Lu Ming almost burst out laughing. Hey! Xie Yuxing was furious. Pippi, you little traitor. Just wait and see how I deal with you. She ran over angrily, picked up the cat, and ran back to her room. Oh! Her Hammer jumped onto the bed, howling, as if expressing his dissatisfaction. Okay, Hammer, stop yelling so late at night. You see, this woman is very jealous. Alas, the poor big orange cat may be scolded. Lu Ming guessed. At this moment, in Xie Yuxing's room. Just as Lu Ming guessed, Xie Yuxing pinched the big orange cat's neck and roared. Peepee, do you know that you are a girl? Why don't you know how to be reserved? Are you ashamed to run to a man's bed? Besides, we have been friends for several years. Why are you getting tired of the old and falling in love with the new so quickly? Who gives you those cat strips and canned food on weekdays? You don't have any idea. However, the big orange cat seemed a little annoyed by Xie Yushin's nagging. She waved her claws vigorously, trying to break free from Xie Yushin's restraints. Xie Yushin quickly hugged Peepee tightly to prevent her from escaping. But while she was struggling, Pippi's claws suddenly pressed down on her upper body. Xie Yushin felt a little pain. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and when she looked down, she realized that when she went to Lu Ming's room just now, she was only wearing pajamas on the outside and nothing underneath. Although this strawberry pajamas is quite conservative, my upper body is too obvious. It's over, I've lost a lot. I don't know if Lu Ming saw it. Chapter 31. Lock the door when you sleep. The next morning at 5:30. Lu Ming was awakened by a roar. Because the big orange cat sometimes gets up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet, Xie Yushin always leaves the door a crack when sleeping. Last night in the middle of the night, the big orange cat sneaked onto Lu Ming's bed again. Peepee! You traitor! Xie Yushin was extremely angry. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and said, "Hey, boss, it's just a cat, she can sleep wherever she likes." That won't work. Lock the door when you sleep next time. Xie Yushin glared at him. Okay, I'll lock the door when I sleep next time. Lu Ming felt helpless. Now that he was awake, he might as well stop sleeping. He also gets up at 6 o'clock on weekdays because he has to go downstairs to walk the dog. Before he got a dog, he never got up early. Ever since Xie Yushin gave her to her, she has developed the habit of getting up early. Boss, you got up pretty early. Are you going downstairs to walk the cat too? What the hell, cat? I just got up to go to the bathroom. I have to go back to my room for a nap. Don't disturb me. Xie Yushin carried the cat back to the room. Lu Ming took his husky hammer for a stroll downstairs, and then went outside the community to buy breakfast. When he got home, he found Xie Yushin brushing her teeth in the bathroom. Eh? Boss, didn't you say you were going to take a nap? Why aren't you sleeping anymore? It's not your fault. Why blame me? Peepee came back to the room with me and kept making a fuss. How could I sleep? Big Orange is always making a fuss. What does it have to do with me? You're the one who bewitched me. Lu Ming was not angry either. He smiled and said, "It's good that you don't need to sleep. I bought breakfast, including soy milk, millet porridge, pancakes, and rujiamo." Xie Yushin was very satisfied that Lu Ming took the initiative to buy breakfast for her. Boss, what do you want to eat? Jianbingguzi, soy milk. Okay. Lu Ming picked up the rujiamo and started eating. At this time, the big orange cat Peepee ran over and rubbed against Lu Ming's body. Xie Yushin ate the pancake and said speechlessly, "What kind of poison did you put on my cat?" Har har, it's unfair. Maybe Peepee is a female cat. Look at how handsome I am. As the saying goes, opposites attract, right, Peepee? Lu Ming ate while petting the big orange cat. Xie Yushin said unhappily, "Okay, in that case, you will be Peepee's poop scooper from now on. Go scoop the poop out of the litter box later." Lu Ming wanted to cry but had no tears. In the following days, Lu Ming and Xie Yushin gradually got used to living together. At the same time, Lu Ming's Ying raised funds for a month. Although it did not achieve the fundraising target of 100 million, it also raised 30 million yuan. This is also a considerable number, which is a big plate for Juying capital. Of course, Lu Ming knew that this achievement was mainly due to the support of two wealthy ladies, Xie Yushin and Zhu Wanqing. Otherwise, the fundraising results would have been terrible and would have become a laughingstock among many people in the company. That morning, Lu Ming was trading when he received a phone call from an unknown number of people. "Hello, who is this?" "It's Lu Ming, right? I'm Xinshin's mother." Lu Ming was stunned. Was Xie Yushin's mother, Song Jiawen, really going to meet him alone in private? "Hello, Aunt Song. Do you have time now? Auntie will treat you to a cup of coffee. I'm at Kevin's cafe across from your company." "Well, good auntie, please wait a moment, I'll be downstairs soon." Lu Ming knew that there was no way to avoid this kind of thing. In this case, it is better to explain it to Xie Yuxing's mother in person to avoid affecting the relationship between Xie Yuxing and his parents. Come to the cafe. Lu Ming immediately saw Song Jiawen sitting by the window. Aunt Song. Sit down. Song Jiawen saw him coming and pointed to the seat opposite. Lu Ming sat down. Xiaolu, I don't know what you like to drink, I just ordered you a glass of Mojiana. Thank you, auntie. Lu Ming thought to himself, this is top-grade coffee beans. He used to drink Nestle instant coffee. Just as Lu Ming was about to explain what happened between him and Xie Yuxing, Song Jiawen spoke first. Xiaolu, I don't care how long you and Xingxing have been in love, I hope you can break up with Xingxing as soon as possible. Lu Ming frowned and felt inexplicably unhappy when he heard this. Xiaolu, you and our Xingxing have different statuses. One is in heaven and the other is on earth. The difference is too big. You are still young and don't understand that marriage requires a good match. Xingxing is from Harvard Business School, and you are an ordinary undergraduate. The difference between you two is not only in academic qualifications, but also in cognition. If you really like Xingxing, you should leave her. Otherwise, if you stay with Xingxing, you will only become a constraint for Xingxing. Lu Ming originally wanted to explain, but Song Jiawen's words had the opposite effect. Aunt Song, I'm sorry. Xingxing and I are truly in love. I won't leave her. When Song Jiawen heard Lu Ming say this, he frowned and looked displeased. Xiaolu, auntie has told you so much, don't you understand yet? You and Xingxing are not on the same level. Your parents run an ordinary restaurant in a small alley in Tianjin, and you are just an office worker. Do you really have to let auntie tell you bluntly that you are not worthy of Xingxing? Lu Ming asked back, Aunt Song, how do you think you can be worthy of Xingxing? Song Jiawen was stunned, then he proposed a condition, saying, at least you have to be worth hundreds of millions. She believed that with just this one condition, the boy in front of her would never be able to fulfill it in his lifetime. This condition surprised Lu Ming a little. He thought it was just some other condition. It turns out that having a net worth of billions is enough. If it were in the past, this condition would undoubtedly be like Ma's landing on the moon or Chinese marrying Sha Seng, which is just a fairy tale for Lu Ming. Looking at the domestic situation, billionaires are already at the top of the pyramid. But now, Lu Ming has a life winner system and a billionaire fortune, so it is not difficult for him to do so. Lu Ming immediately asked, billions? Aunt Song, so as long as I become a billionaire, I can be with Xingxing. That's right. Okay then. If I don't become a billionaire within a year, I will automatically leave Xingxing. This. Song Jiawen never expected Lu Ming to say this on his own initiative, and she didn't know what to say next. Okay, Xiaolu, I hope you can keep your promise. Then Song Jiawen left the cafe. Lu Ming shook his head helplessly and took a sip of the coffee. Ding, system task released, wealth reaches billions. Reward for completing the mission, 1 lucky fragment. Oh, the system has a new task. But Lu Ming was a little curious. What was this lucky fragment? Chapter 32 Tracking with Super Eavesdroppers. System, what is the lucky fragment? Lucky fragments are used to integrate the redemption system for the lucky draw. 3 pieces are redeemed at a time. In the lucky draw, you can get even rarer prizes, not just abilities, but information, rare items, or even cutting-edge technology. Lu Mingfei's eyes lit up. It really was a system for winning people in life. At the company's investment research meeting in the afternoon, Lu Ming reported on the fundraising situation of Ye Ying and announced that Ye Ying would officially start building a position next month. At the meeting, the person with the ugliest expression was undoubtedly Guo Rui. He had already informed the marketing department, so the marketing department did not promote Lu Ming's Ye Ying at all, so naturally the fundraising effect was very poor. According to Guo Rui's plan, when Lu Ming's Ye Ying raised too little funds, he could propose to cancel Ye Ying's position. But now, his little idea failed. At this time, Fu Jingluan, manager of the Foreign Exchange Investment Department, was making a foreign exchange investment report. Suddenly Guo Rui's cell phone rang. Hey, you are my baby. I miss you so much. Baby, let's have a drink. This is your favorite. Ace of spades. Everyone in the office was stunned. Guo Rui quickly picked up the phone and turned off the ringing tone. Xie Yuxing frowned, then let Fu Jingluan continue his report. Lu Ming sat in the back with a smile on his face, thinking that Guo Rui was already old, but this old fox's cell phone ringtone was quite trendy. He was really a toad sleeping like a frog. However, not long after Guo Rui turned off the phone, it rang again, but the incoming call turned into a vibrate signal. Guo Rui quickly turned it off again. But not long after, the phone vibrated again. He frowned slightly, looking impatient, and walked out of the meeting room with his phone. Ming was curious, who called the good guy. So he immediately locked onto Guo Rui and started super eavesdropping on him. Next, he heard the sound of Guo Rui walking, and then the sound of someone taking the elevator. Ming became even more curious. Why did the old fox take the elevator downstairs just to answer a phone call? After a while, he heard the sound of a door closing. Ming speculated that Guo Rui must have returned to his office. Then I overheard Guo Rui's voice, "Hey, Jiao Jiao, I'm in a meeting. What's wrong with you? You keep calling." "Jiao Jiao, ho, Guo Rui, what's wrong with you? You've been avoiding me for a month." "Guo Rui, I'm not hiding from you. I've been quite busy this month." "Jiao Jiao, what are you busy with? You ate me and you just put on your pants and don't recognize me." "Guo Rui, Jiao Jiao, how could that be? Why, do you miss me?" "Jiao Jiao, well, I thought about it. I couldn't sleep every day because of thinking about it." "You have no conscience, don't you think about it?" "Guo Rui, har har, you little slut, you really want me to love you?" "Jiao Jiao, yes, please love me tonight, otherwise I won't be able to sleep. Let me tell you, I bought some popping candy today." "Guo Rui, okay, go to Guanyuan number 9 tonight, wash up and wait for me." "Jiao Jiao, okay, Rui baby." Then the two people hung up the phone. Ming overheard all this and was stunned. Oh my god. This Guo Rui knows how to play. This guy must be his kept mistress. And what a Rui baby. So disgusting. Soon, Ming overheard Guo Rui making another phone call. "Hey, honey, I'm not going home tonight. The company has a new fun plan and I have to work overtime all night." "Hubby, you're already a director and you're still working so hard." "Yes, wife, it's because I, as a director, am so capable." "Hubby, didn't you agree to accompany me back to my parents' home tonight?" "Hey, wife, I will definitely go back with you in 2 days." "Okay then. By the way, husband, my brother wants to buy a car recently. Didn't you just buy a house? Now you're buying a car." "Oh, husband, it's inconvenient for him to go to work without a car." "Okay then. Ask Zong Kai to take care of it in a few days." Yes, husband. By the way, next time, talk about this kind of thing at home, don't talk on the phone." Then Guo Rui hung up the phone. A few minutes later, Guo Rui returned to the meeting room. Ming stared at Guo Rui, thinking about the conversation between Guo Rui and his wife just now. Guo Rui's wife's younger brother needs money to buy a car, and Guo Rui asks his wife to pay attention to Zong Kai to take over. What does this mean? This Zong Kai is obviously a middleman, so who is he? What to receive? Money? If it's money, why not just say it directly, but use the word receive instead? So, it may not be money, but it is equivalent to the receipt of money. Ming thought that there were many mysteries in this phone call. His intuition told him that this old fox Guo Rui must have done something bad behind the scenes. In that case, he might as well follow Guo Rui after get off work. Anyway, I have super eavesdropping abilities. So when it was almost time to get off work, Ming sent a WeChat message to Shi Yushin. "Ahmad Bul, I have something to do after get off work today, you go home first." A little silly orange, no, what is the matter? "Ahmad Bul, why is that not possible? Why do you care so much about my private business?" A little silly orange, didn't you promise to make boiled pork slices for me tonight? "Ahmad Bul, let us do it tomorrow." A little silly orange, no, I've been looking forward to it for a whole day. Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hadn't cooked since he injured his arm. Now that his arm was almost healed, the evil woman asked him to go to work again. "Ahmad Bul, okay, wash yourself and wait for me." A little silly orange? Ming felt a little embarrassed. He was infected by the old bitch Guo Rui. He quickly explained, "Wash the vegetables and meat and wait for me." A little silly orange, got it. After work, Guo Rui left the company and Lu Ming followed him in a taxi. Sure enough, the destination was Guanyuan Community Number 9. This is an upscale residential area in Yangbei. He soon saw Guo Rui park his car in front of the small Western-style building number 13. Unexpectedly, as soon as Guo Rui got off the car, a woman dressed in fancy clothes rushed over to him. Lu Ming saw it from a distance, and he raised his mobile phone camera, zoomed in, and took a few pictures. This is not a very young woman, but more like a beautiful young woman. It turns out that Guo Rui likes this. Soon, their conversation was overheard. Guo Rui, hey, Jiao Jiao, why did you come downstairs? Why didn't you wait for me upstairs? Jiao Jiao, it's on the second floor, so I came down because I missed you and couldn't wait to be with you. Guo Rui's big hand landed on the woman's buttocks and said with a smile, har har, you are so sexy. So the two of them went upstairs, hugging each other, and something went wrong. The pointer on the spinning wheel began to spin rapidly.